never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump confirms Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his peace plan. The initial breakthrough came today with Secretary of State Marco Rubio delivering a note to Trump, urging him to announce it first. Trump posted on Truth Social that all hostages will be released soon, and Israeli troops will pull back to an agreed line. Phase 1 involves a hostage swap between Israel and Hamas, and Trump may travel to Egypt to personally oversee the historic deal. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has opened to passing legislation that would allow military members and critical FAA air traffic controllers to be paid during the shutdown.
According to the Speaker of the House, the government needs to reopen by October 13th for the nation's 1.3 million military members to get paid. He says he's monitoring the matter on a day-by-day basis, and he adds that officials want to make sure our troops are paid. Johnson's consideration of legislation that would ensure pay for military members and ATC controllers comes as some airports are already reporting delays because of staffing shortages. I'm Jim Roop.
The CDC's immunization schedule is being updated.
The latest guidance just announced Monday is for toddlers to get the chickenpox vaccine separately from the MMR shot. Some health experts have warned that the combined shot may lead to an increase in a rare adverse reaction. The CDC will also accept an advisory panel's recommendation on COVID-19 vaccination eligibility that says people should speak with their doctor before getting the shot, regardless of age or health conditions. CDC Acting Director and Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says these changes will allow patients and caregivers to personalize care, adding, informed consent is back. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1 point, the S&P 500 gained 39 points, and the Nasdaq rose by 255 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Employment growth was reportedly flat last month. That's according to investment giant Carlyle.
The company announced the numbers since the government shutdown stopped the release of official reports from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Figures showed 17,000 new jobs in September. Last week, payroll processor ADP indicated a loss of 32,000 jobs. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Tesla is showing off cheaper versions of its Model 3 and Model Y electric vehicles.
The cars called the Model 3 Standard and Model Y Standard are around $5,000 cheaper than the premium version, starting at around $39,000 and $41,000 respectively. The new models will be available in December or January and come after the federal government eliminated the $7,500 tax credit for electric cars. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Dolly Parton is putting the public's mind at ease and letting it be known that she is not ready to die yet.
I wanted to say, I know lately everybody thinks that I am sicker than I am. Do I look sick to you? I'm working hard here.
Fans became concerned about the country music icon after her sister took to social media, encouraging them to pray for Dolly's health. The singer addressed the matter in a video posted on social media. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty, just like that, that's how we close out a hump day. As we wrap things up in the Eastern time zone, crossing over the midnight hours. So here comes a Thursday, or as many like to say, Friday Eve. start looking toward the weekend. It won't be long. So we will do so from time zone to time zone across the country. Turn the page on the calendar, entering the 9th day of October here in 2025. Hope your week's going well. Yeah, we just have to take it one day at a time, right? Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Now we're showing 52 degrees at this hour outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio. With the passing of our cool front, maybe you could call it a cold front. Things definitely cooling off in the northeast. Beginning to see the end of growing season for many areas. Hard freeze warnings for a large chunk of Michigan tonight. Frost advisories for the southern reaches of lower Michigan. Yeah, frost advisories for about the northern half of Indiana. Everything pretty much from about Indianapolis northward, northwest Ohio. Frost advisories through eastern West Virginia. Much of western northern Pennsylvania, obviously on up to New York. Some areas with hard freeze warnings in upstate New York. And then hard freeze watches for Thursday night into Friday morning for a much larger area there in the northeast. So here we go. Look at our travelers' weather with the middle of October just days away. And some of the warmth that we highlighted over the past weekend, now a distant memory. AccuWeather, they say it's time to refresh the apple cider and the pumpkin spice lattes. Autumn weather returns in earnest this week. A noticeable chill arriving, frost and freeze capable of ending the growing season expected, especially Thursday night. Gardeners across central New York, much of Pennsylvania, central New England should harvest or cover any sensitive plants ahead of the freeze risk. Prior frost and freezes have already ended the growing season over the northern tier, but we saw highs in the 80s that persisted in the upper Midwest last weekend and coastal areas of the Northeast early this week. Indeed, now being replaced by colder weather advancing in from Canada. That pattern is going to progress and escalate into crisp, cool Canadian air through the end of the week here. Now, where the winds drop off and the sky remains clear, temperatures are going to plummet in the dry air. Scattered frost likely across parts of the Great Lakes and the northern interior northeast here tonight, Wednesday night. Widespread frost and freeze conditions expected 24 hours from now, Thursday night, across much of the interior northeast. Temperatures falling into the 20s in the colder valleys. In the coldest spots, temperatures may actually dip into the teens in northeastern New York and northwestern New England. Time to break out the jackets or maybe even the coats for the early morning hours. Now, frost not expected in downtown areas from Boston to New York City and Washington, D.C. Good news for those that are still tending to gardens. However, other suburbs may indeed experience some patchy frost. Killing frost is forecast for the mountain valleys of West Virginia all the way into northern Maine. It's probable that the shorelines of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, Lake Huron may escape a frost there, but other frost may occur in some areas of the interior northeast on Friday night. But the overall temperature trend as we head into the weekend will actually begin to slowly trend upward for the upcoming weekend. We will not return to temperatures as we saw last weekend, but indeed a little bit warmer. Meanwhile, most of the country tonight, aside from the cooler conditions, not much out there to slow you down. We are going to be keeping a close eye on the eastern seaboard over the coming days and through the weekend. The latest A slow-moving storm that's brewing along the Atlantic coast of the U.S. that will strengthen, unleashing wind, rain, and pounding surf from late this week into early next week. Forecasters warn the tropical wind and rainstorm could evolve into a named tropical storm, but it's going to be more akin to the powerful nor'easters that ramp up along the coastline during the winter months without the snow. This will be a damaging storm for some along the Atlantic coast. AccuWeather's chief on-air forecaster Bernie Rayno. The storm will form just off the Georgia coast late this week, then moving northward this weekend into next week as that storm drifts to the north, growing stronger with each passing day. We're going to be looking at an extended period of stormy conditions, stiffening winds that will raise the seas, erosive surf and coastal flooding. It'll be some much needed rain from some areas. The risk of major coastal impacts is amplified by the storm occurring toward the end of the king tides, as they know them, a time when the tides are already running above historical averages. There is a high risk that this storm will be designated a hybrid or a subtropical storm. That's why they have designated the system as a tropical wind and rain storm. They have issued an iPath map to try to kind of raise awareness ahead of the National Hurricane Center classification. A fully tropical storm gets its energy solely from the ocean. A subtropical or hybrid storm gets its energy from both the ocean and the jet stream or a stalled frontal system. We think this will be a hybrid storm. As a result, should the storm's intensity escalate and officially be named by the Hurricane Center, it would be designated as Karen. There's the potential for major coastal flooding from North Carolina to New Jersey and the western end of Long Island Sound. These conditions are going to develop from North Carolina to Delmarva Saturday to Sunday, expanding northward over New Jersey and New York City from Sunday to Monday of next week. Now, some of the barrier island communities and low-lying areas that take on water during a tropical storm or a nor'easter will likely have some flooding with this event. Tides expected to range from 1 to 3 feet above normal. We could see sometimes or areas of surge, possibly 6 feet. Offshore, waves will be building 10 to 20 feet, could grow even higher. But the slow-moving nature of this storm is going to cause days of coastal erosion with heavy surf and strong rip currents. The prolonged storm may really severely damage some of the beaches and some of the protective dunes along the coastal areas. Winds are likely to get strong enough with this storm from southeastern Virginia to Delmarva, New Jersey, and southeastern New York, possibly into southern New England. We could see some tree, power line, and even property damage. We're talking wind gusts of 40 to 60 miles per hour that will frequent the coastal areas from North Carolina to eastern Massachusetts. Gusts from this storm could approach 80 miles per hour. Of course, that would be akin to a hurricane with winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. They will not be sustained at that level, though. In a worst-case scenario, the storm could actually evolve to hurricane strength and turn inland over the mid-Atlantic, with a zone where a significant storm surge, high winds, and heavy rain could occur just to the north of the center. A lot to pay attention to here through the upcoming weekend. The heaviest rain, which may lead to urban flooding outside of the storm surge problems, generally confined to the I-95 corridor on areas east of 95, stretching from North Carolina to Massachusetts. We could see 2 to 4 inches of soaking rain in many coastal areas. Storm max total rainfall could, in some areas, approach 10 inches. Rain diminishes very sharply further to the west and south of the coastal areas of North Carolina. Although hurricanes have remained hundreds of miles offshore in recent months, they've still contributed to significant beach damage and erosion. There have been probably 5 significant episodes of heavy surf, beach erosion, and coastal flooding since this summer. This weekend is forecast to be vastly different from last weekend along part of the Atlantic coast. Last weekend, you had all that sunshine and warmth. Yeah, marked one of the most delightful stretches of the year there. This weekend, a different story, especially the latter part of the weekend. It's shaping up to be very stormy. Could be damaging and dangerous for some due to the risk of flooding and enraged seas. So there you go. We'll keep a close eye on things there. Eastern Seaboard, get ready for more rain and beach erosion. We kick off a Thursday. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Get things underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, I do see Philly Dan on board out of the box. To which he says, good morning from Philly. Not so fast, Dodgers. Phillies had a strong 8th inning, which ultimately locked up an 8-2 final score. Phillies on top. LA will be forced to play another day. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays earlier this evening wrapped things up, downing the Yankees 5-2 final score. So the Blue Jays move on. Now we got the Cubs coming back. 4-3, the final score over Milwaukee. Milwaukee will be forced to play another day. Milwaukee leads that series 2-1. Meanwhile, the Mariners and the Tigers now locked up at 2 games apiece. Next game, win and move on, or season over. All right. Good luck. May the best team win. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The midnight hour. It's the eve of Friday. 50 degrees on the cruiser dash cab, the far side of Southwest Ohio. The Trump administration trying to keep our country from falling into the hands of the globalists. More talk needed, more action. It's 844-844-3388, the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be part of the show. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, kick back and relax. The overnight drive, massaging your frontal lobe. There you go. Stay safe. Watch your six. Thank you, Pappy. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Bob in Michigan on board here. Rubber Duck, you're babysitting? Indie babysitter for the Carpenters Union trucks. Back to LaPorte. Hello, James. Good morning from Batesville, Leesburg, South Carolina. Cloudy, 69 degrees. The near full moon now poking through the clouds. All right, good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. Coffee up. We're headed back to Schenectady, New York, 59 degrees. Check it in from Platkill, New York tonight. Daniel, good morning from Miles City, Montana, 51 degrees. A great night for trucking. Everybody stay safe out there. Ding Dong, the ice cream man, checking in from Joliet, Illinois, getting ready to pick up the loaded trailer. There's a name I haven't seen in quite some time. Bidu, checking in. Says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Still listening every night. All right, good to know you're out there, but yeah, haven't heard from Bidu in quite some time, have we? Hello, Bill. Good Thursday morning, 49 clear in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. All right, Brewers 2, Cubs 1 in the playoff series. Cubs fans are complaining about the Brewers mascot, front row, for being a distraction, apparently. Have a great night, drivers, and be safe out there. All right, we've got Buckeye Boy checking in from Murata, Arizona. 86 degrees. What a difference out west versus the east with a nice breeze. Philly Dan's got to be happy. Philadelphia hangs on. They'll go to another game. Got the delivery off earlier this past day. Now the waiting game begins until Sunday. Looks like the peacemaker, President Trump, is on the verge of ending the bloodshed and getting the remaining living hostages returned to Israel. If he and the other countries involved get this resolved, it would be a major achievement. Yes, it would. Let's hope the murderous Hamas animals follow through. We should know by Monday. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. Word is the hostage turnover is supposed to take place on Saturday. I've got the latest here. Matter of fact, just a matter of hours ago, the Israeli Prime Minister, I'm looking here, Benjamin Netanyahu, says he will convene the government here today, Thursday, to approve the Gaza ceasefire agreement aimed at bringing home all the remaining hostages. A great day for Israel. Netanyahu added in a statement following President Trump's announcement that a deal had indeed been reached between Israel and Hamas to end the now just over 2-year war, the 2-year anniversary, 2 days ago, October 7. Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line, the first steps toward what he referenced as a strong, durable, everlasting peace. There are reportedly 20 living hostages in Hamas custody. There was a roundtable event taking place earlier this past day when Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived mid-event. He passed a note to President Trump which read, "Very close. We need you to approve a Truth Social post so you can announce the deal first." Upon Rubio's arrival, a president asked him to address questions on the conflict, but he declined to do so in front of the press. Moments later, then, passing Trump the note, President Trump announcing, quote, "I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East. They're going to need me pretty quickly." He later told reporters he needed to leave to try and solve some problems in the Middle East. He later announced the completion of Phase 1 with a message signed, "Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America. We thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, who worked with us to make this historic, unprecedented event happen," he says. "Blessed are the peacemakers." Proud to announce Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase. That means that all hostages will be released very soon. Israel will withdraw troops to that agreed upon line. The first step. So there you go. If all holds true, that would be an unprecedented historic announcement. More to come momentarily. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is confirming Israel and Hamas have signed off on the first phase of the peace plan. Trump later posted, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. Phase 1 is the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners being held by Israel. Johnson & Johnson is being ordered to pay nearly $1 billion after being found liable for a woman's cancer death.
Maymore died of mesothelioma in 2021. Her family claims her death was caused by the asbestos fibers found in Johnson & Johnson's talc baby powder. A jury in Los Angeles on Monday ordered the company to pay the family $16 million in compensatory damages and $950 million in punitive damages. A spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson called the verdict egregious and unconstitutional and says they plan to appeal. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL,
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Gilligan. Checking in this early Thursday. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving in the moonlight. Dublin, Virginia. 51 degrees. All right, keep it shiny side up, as always. Hello, Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Checking in. Good morning to the overnight family. All right, John just crossing into the Buckeye State from the destructive roads of Indiana. I've heard so many drivers say you cross the state line, it's a night and day difference, huh? Here's a couple of ideas, he says. DOT Secretary Duffy requires all shippers, no matter how big or small, give the English proficiency test at the shipper's window. If they fail, they no-take the freight. Maybe require states to have a task force. Give us a hotline to call. All right, stay safe, be blessed. Hey, there may be some actual... We're seeing something happen. According to Craig Fuller with FreightWaves. Let me jump to this. A good point where you mentioned what's going on with the English language proficiency, and we're seeing many drivers being taken off the road. Some are taking themselves off the road. Craig Fuller this past day said the spot market heat map on Sonar, which tracks sudden shifts in spot market race, has turned extremely blue, indicating that spot rates are suddenly surging well beyond the recent trends. It is happening all over the country, and it happened pretty much overnight. What makes this unusual is that a sharp market development such as the one we're currently experiencing is happening without tender volumes or rejections indicating any market stress. In fact, trucking volumes are anemic. Tender rejections are sitting at 5.5%. Have truckers suddenly discovered how to get higher spot rates, or is something else in play? Normally, tender data would signal that the market's heating up and rejection rates would significantly rise. This usually happens when volumes are surging. This time, however, The tender data stayed flat, suggesting that the current spot market rate increases are driven by supply and not demand. To ensure this was not some sort of a data anomaly, the FreightWaves team conducted a number of market checks with large carriers and brokers, and they were seeing the same, albeit confusing, developments. Low volumes, but surging spot rates. We continue to investigate. Our channel checks confirmed that we've been talking about for months. The administration's recent immigration enforcement efforts are starting to have a significant psychological and behavioral impact on immigrant truck drivers and carriers that hire drivers with questionable immigration status. It was an article in the Serbian Times. An immigration lawyer warned Serbian truck drivers to stay off the roads for fear of being detained or deported, risking a permanent ban. He said, quote, "I advise my clients who drive trucks that even if they have a valid work permit, they should not go on the roads." The article describes that being deported might not be the worst thing. He goes on to describe dire conditions in immigration holding cells, and because of a significant backlog of cases, hearings may be postponed extensively, and bail is unlikely, so you may be behind bars for a long time. The question on everyone's mind in trucking, is this a temporary blip or the start of a spot market squeeze that could result in much higher rates and capacity? A capacity scramble, as he put it. We all were kind of wondering, as hundreds, and the numbers are in the thousands, of drivers being removed from the road, how long does it take to actually see? And this may be the beginning, he says. I found that rather interesting. Let me see, Grump might have 2 cents on that, and I know you wanted to talk about the Middle East peace deal. Welcome aboard, Grump.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I from what we're hearing from DOT and Sean Duffy, they haven't really removed that many. So I think at the last count that was under 300 that had been taken off the road. I know Oklahoma and a couple other states has worked them over pretty good. But that don't seem like it would be enough to change the spot markets like that. There's some, I don't know. Maybe it's a lot of these chameleon brokers and small carriers, and it pops up here and there. Maybe they're seeing the light of day and getting out of it. I know they're for the most part they run the load boards. They take some decent paying freight and they just cut it to pieces just so that they can, survive. That's basically all they're doing. And now that's the trucking side of it that's surviving. The broker that's doing that is doing quite well. So I'm hoping that's the case, is that they don't have enough people now to, to basically move that freight, and that's moving more of the spot markets into a higher position. And I know, right now, we have an abundance of meat. I mean, we have more customers. I know there's one major food chain that is putting on about 160 more stores nationwide. So we're having to pick up a lot of that. But it's just busy as hell for us, in the meat. And usually at this time we start slowing down a little bit until Thanksgiving, and but it's actually picked up some. I know the deal that Trump worked, with Japan on buying American beef has significantly increased the container shipments that are going overseas, going back to Japan, and and that. So that's a plus. So this is a good thing. If it's putting enough doubt in some of these chameleons, whether they're a carrier or a broker, that they could possibly spend some time in a jail cell, if they get caught doing this, what they've been doing, then yeah, I would say that that's probably going to drive the spot markets up because they, believe it or not, they controlled a lot of it. Those companies. Well, you take some of the big 25 carriers in the United States. They also have their brokerages, but they're also dealing with companies like Procter and Gamble and people like that they're moving product at a significantly higher rate than what you would do is say as a brokerage or something like that, because or as a carrier that takes a load from one of their logistics organizations, because number one, they're allowing their trailers to be on these properties and stuff as storage, being used as storage also. And that whoa, Jesus, I had a deer just jump up, and I don't know if he hit the side of my trailer or not, come out of nowhere. But, that's we're seeing some movement on this, and Freightways monitors this really close. I wonder what OIDA's got to say about it, whether they've, been seeing some of the same stuff. That's a plus. I mean, if we're getting rid of some people, maybe the rates is going to start coming up.
Right. Let me throw this at you, because I remembered several weeks when I mentioned it's in the thousands now. CDL Life back on September 17 said the numbers from the month of August, so from June through August, they were at 3,020 out of service orders for English language proficiency violations. We don't have numbers for September yet. So it was over 3,000 though by the end of August. So obviously the numbers should be 5,000 plus by now.
I would say, yeah. And I'm just also kind of curious about this on the overstays, because that's the majority of the trucking industry that what I've read, throughout and even on the government website is the influx of overstays that actually came here legitimately, driving a truck for some of these bigger companies that, claim that they had this massive driver shortage. So they solicited to have these foreign drivers come in, and then all of a sudden they're finding out that, hell, they can go lease a truck somewhere and say the hell with the, with the visa portion of it and just drive a truck. Who's going to catch them? And their money goes to logistics organization, then they'll load it on a Visa card or a MasterCard or something, that they're using as pay that's really untraceable. So I'm just wondering how many, since that number is rapidly climbing, I'm just wondering how many of these Visa drivers and there was thousands of them, Steve. I mean, thousands of them that just overstayed their visas and said, "To hell with it, I'm gonna stick around and take my roll the dice." I just wonder how many of them's getting their butts home, going back home. And a jail cell is a threat, man. That's a fact. It's a deterrent. And when you get people like the Democrat Party that's saying no cash bail and let's just cut them loose because their demographics and it doesn't allow for them to pay the same kind of money out for bail that the average white guy that's working. Well, that's crock. We all know that's crock. Everybody has the same opportunities here in this country. We've passed, since 1964, the Civil Rights Act and everything else. They've had those opportunities, but you've got a group of people that keeps telling people they don't have that opportunity, and that's what stirs the division in this country. But when you look at things that's going on right now, as far as this industry was due for a good enema.
Yes,
and I'm not kidding you.
Yeah,
and there is so many more. Well, just take a look at it. Hell, back in 1973, we had 58,000 carriers. We've got over 1 million now. And Joe Biden opened the door up to millions of damn people that come across the border. Number one, and they're like, hell, if you can qualify, for a driver's license, go ahead and get one, and drive a truck if you know how to drive one. This kind of thing, you read that article where we've doubled, the size of the over the road trucking companies have doubled in the last 5 years, and that didn't come about by legitimate means. It's just not possible that many people says freight is that good right now. I mean, it was good during COVID because we were suddenly essential, but everybody knew that what goes up comes down. So the people that maintained the balance of trucks and didn't put on anymore, they're the ones that's surviving. But you got these companies that just doubled their capacity. Number one, not because the freight was more plentiful, is because the freight rates were a hell of a lot better. I was working during COVID, for $4 a mile, on most of my freight, that I was hauling, in meat and stuff like that, or over. And now it's back down to where it should be, and I think it's going to come back up significantly because so many companies are going to go out of business. Number one, because they can't rely on Pedro or somebody else to come across the border and pick the slack up for 22 cents a mile.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a good thing for the trucking industry, and getting back to the basics and taking a good look at 49 CFR and saying, well, English is a requirement. Why wasn't we, following through on those requirements? Well, because so many damn politicians wanted voters more than they wanted truck drivers, and they just turned a blind eye to what was going on out here, and it's, they think most of us, and they've labeled us like that for so long, Steve, that we're nothing but a bunch of knuckle-dragging Neanderthals anyway that's got a woman in every damn city and and a pocket full of pills. That's the stereotype that they just can't get past. And, it couldn't be further from the truth. I know med techs, I know teachers, I know, people that work the oil fields and stuff like that that's out here driving a truck simply because, it's, when you got that CDL, you've got a job for as long as you can maintain that CDL in a good order. Once you start getting out here and driving like a jackass, you're still going to have problems. One of the places that I want to see is the Amazon drivers. I want to see what happens there, because they have grown so damn much, and they've even taken over trailer building organizations where they're building their trailers, their own trailers with their brand on it. And now, you see these guys that are going down the damn road in some of these wrecks, that you want to pull up beside them and say, hey, was anybody hurt in that wreck?
Mm-hmm.
No? Okay. But there's so many of them. If you see a fire out here on the road and it says, well, there's a truck crash up ahead, I guarantee you there's going to be an Amazon trailer sitting close. They're either in the way or in the ditch. It seems like that's the way they are. And it just, I want to see what's going to happen with those, how their freight capacity is either going to drop, or their freight rates, what they're putting out there for people to haul their freight for, is going to go up through the roof to get some legitimate, some quality drive steering wheel. So, like I said, this is a good thing, and I want to see more of it. It's a shame that I'm a couple of years away from retiring, and everything. So, I've been in it for a long time, and it's, we've seen a lot of changes over the years, and we'll see what happens. But moving on to the Middle East here, this is something that's greatly needed in that region. We thought, so many people downplayed the Abraham Accords when when that came about, when you had the UAE and you had Sudan and you had Morocco and places, people like that were signing, the agreements with Israel, that they want to normalize operations with them. Well, if you go back over the 1973 war, Yom Kippur, you're going to see Sudan, you're going to see Morocco, you're going to see the UAE and several other Arab nations that were involved in that. So this is a good thing. I mean, it's, Saudi Arabia still isn't on board. I think Jordanians are looking hard at it right now, but they've always been part of this. Trying to get the peace agreements and things going. I'm really surprised Turkey was involved in it. Usually, if it's got anything to do with Trump, Turkey don't want any part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're a part of NATO, and they've been a significant part of NATO as far as we're concerned, because not only do we have a major Air Force base in Incirlik that I spent a great deal of time at, we also have one hell of a radar site in Princelik, Turkey, that I also spent some time in. That's right there by Diyarbakir and right on the Iraqi border. And nothing moves in the Middle East without somebody there in Princelik sticking their head up saying, hey, we got this going on, and then they'll they always send some AWACS up and take a good look at stuff. But Yeah, if they're going to start the prisoner exchange and hostage exchange and everything, coming up on Saturday, I think Trump initially said it might start up on Monday, but if they're going to do that on Saturday and they're withdrawing some Israeli forces, I'm just kind of wondering who's going to fill that void. Did that not cross your mind just a little bit? And who's going to have to step into the Gaza Strip there and kind of normalize operations there, because I wonder if we're going to be putting some boots on the ground along with a contingency force of those countries that are signing off on this. That kind of made me believe that that's a possibility, that American boots may be on the ground in Israel and in the Gaza Strip there. But they've had fairly good normal operations since 1978 with Egypt. Egypt decided they're tired of fighting back and forth, so they did sign a peace agreement way back when, and again in 1983, I think it was when they signed another one. But this is something right here, man. I'll tell you what, this is probably some of the biggest news that we're going to have come out of the Middle East for quite some time. Even Iran had applauded this peace agreement, and one of the reasons why they did, I think they got with the Hamas and said, don't mess with this old geezer, because number one, we stepped over the line when we didn't follow through on the deadline that he established on us, doing this and blah blah blah, and then boom, next thing you know, he's bombing the hell out of them. They got some B-2s flying over. I mean, it's the Gaza Strip is about the size of New Jersey, I guess, something like that. It's 28 miles wide, and I don't know how long it is, stuff like that. But it's or maybe a little less, I guess. But all the people that's crammed into that area. I know back in the Gulf War when we flew into Tel Aviv, we actually flew over Gaza Strip, and you're thinking, and it was daylight, and I'm thinking, who in the hell would live down there? It kind of looked like Juarez, but there hasn't been any kind of economic opportunity, and I think Trump's waving that in their face and saying, as with several other countries, when you need a normal society, the first thing you need is an economic fallback. You need something that will prop up the people with jobs and take their mind off fighting. The second thing you need is law and order, and you do not need somebody like Hamas that's in those areas. And I think the deadline that they're coming up on is just the simple fact that Israel was just tired of pushing back and forth, and there was going to be open season on Hamas. I think, and that would have been a damn good thing too. So I'm just kind of wondering if they're going to get them kicked out and the Palestinians are going to have some kind of a normal type of government without having somebody like Hamas sitting on set with a seat at the table there. And it's going to be kind of interesting. I know Jared Kushner's been involved in this. He's the Trump son-in-law and everything. And Marco Rubio is probably one of the best negotiators that's ever came down the pike. As far as political heads, he speaks the language. He studied. Studied about these countries and know their weaknesses and everything about them, and the people there, and that's really paid off a lot. So yeah, that was a good choice for Secretary of State. Trump can pat himself on the back on that one, and so can a lot of other people. They can step up and say, hey, that was a good idea. So I don't know, man. I'm kind of this next couple of weeks here is going to be it's going to be a tell-all. I think right now they've ceased fire operations. That Israel has started the pullback of their forces and stuff, but you got a lot of people, like I said, that's going to be needing to be fed and clothed, and buildings and everything's going to be I know Trump did say something about that, was that the Arab nations was going to be spending a lot of money in helping to rebuild the Gaza Strip, and I think Israel's even kicking in some cash on that too, the way they talk. So maybe they can get things normalized. If he can get, if he can bring peace in the Gaza Strip and on the West Bank, then the man, if he don't get a Nobel Peace Prize, then that is the most rigged damn thing there is. And
the idea is, I think, as soon as they're going to turn the hostages over, the forces are going to pull back, and supposedly that's when there's going to be and urgent rush of humanitarian aid, supposedly, that's going to be pouring into the people there. I mean, you hear all these reports about children starving, things. Obviously, Hamas, as historically the case is, when aid arrives and rolls in, they take most of the food and the rations for Hamas, and the citizens pretty much go without, even though the aid's supposed to be going into them. It is indeed possibly the biggest news in quite some time. We'll see how it we got to get a quick time out in here. News break. First, a reminder, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his peace plan. That means the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners being held by Israel. Trump posted, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. Trump says he may be traveling to the Middle East as soon as this weekend. President Trump is suggesting that some furloughed government employees could receive back pay while others may not.
Trump's comments follow a memo from the Office of Management and Budget, which raised the possibility that federal workers may not be entitled to back pay from their time off during the government shutdown. The president says, quote, it really depends on who you're talking about, when asked about compensation for furloughed workers, and he blamed Democrats for putting their jobs in jeopardy. Despite uncertainty regarding back pay eligibility, President Trump added that, quote, for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
There were plenty of fireworks when Attorney General Pam Bondi appeared before senators on Capitol Hill yesterday.
Bondi faced off with Democrats over a wide range of issues that included the deployment of the National Guard to cities across the country, the Jeffrey Epstein case, and the indictment of former FBI Chief James Comey.
What conversations you've had with President Trump about the indictment of James Comey?
No one is above the law, not even the president. That's a quote from you.
When you saw that
no
quote,
one is above the law. That was your quote.
That's Bondi sparring with Democrat Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut. Democrats accused Bondi of going after President Trump's political foes, while Bondi accused them of turning a blind eye when Trump was being prosecuted. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1 point, the S&P 500 gained 39 points, and the NASDAQ rose by 255 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
New York City has filed an amicus brief to support Oregon's ongoing case against the federal government's deployment of the National Guard in Portland.
It comes days after a U.S. District Court in Oregon ruled that the National Guard deployment in response to protests of immigration enforcement operations likely violated federal law because the protests were not very disruptive. New York City joined a coalition of 74 localities, which warns against the Trump administration's plans to deploy the National Guard anywhere, anytime, arguing the federal government has overreached its authority. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The Cleveland Clinic weighed in on the growing popularity of creatine. It's used to enhance muscle recovery, muscle growth, and reduce muscular fatigue.
Julia Simplano, a registered dietitian with the Cleveland Clinic, says creatine in powder form can be taken before, after, and during a workout. She says 3 to 5 grams of monohydrate creatine in powder form is most effective and recommends it be third-party tested. She notes creatine may not be safe for certain people with medical conditions and can have side effects. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Members of the Texas National Guard have arrived in the Chicago area.
In a post on X, Texas Governor Greg Abbott confirmed that service members are on the ground and ready to go. This comes as protests have erupted in Chicago in response to increased ICE activity. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker continues to slam President Trump over what he calls his unconstitutional invasion of the city. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, here we go. Rolling into a brand new day. That would be a Thursday. As we turn the page on the calendar, rolling into the 9th day of October. All right, rolling toward the weekend here. Couple folks to say hello to Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, 62 degrees, cloudy skies in Russell, Kansas tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck wound up tight, headed west at a high rate with a load of bluegrass heifers. It is an epic night to have my light switch in the on position. Hammer down, looking good. How about a special Jayhawker shout-out to the Donut Man from the Land of Oz. Hello, Snuffy and Granny. Checking in from Dover, Delaware. All right, let's see. I guess Snuffy turned 73 on October 1. Both of us passed our DOT physical. We're good for 2 more years. 48 years out here and still trucking. Go, Snuffy, go. How about that? You gonna try to make it 50 years behind the wheel? I guess that's the goal, right? My, if anybody has seen some changes in the trucking industry, those two have. Hello, Double Trucker 47, a little nipply in Lodi this morning. I'm decided to play truck driver after 2 nights off. Waiting on the meat partner and about to take a nap. I'll tune in later on the way back to Western New York on the home of free speech. Rumble. The Chicago Feeder on board. Hello, everybody. Jerry, morning. Thanks, Hotshot Seeker, for putting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show on for us to enjoy. Stay safe, everybody, and thank you for everything you do. Drummer Girl, good morning, all. 56 clear in Northwest Philadelphia tonight. Safe travels. Michelle, it's a Southern California night. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thirsty Thursday. Or Friday Eve for me. For me, it's Wild Wednesday. Got a Franklin, Indiana load to start the night. Time to go to work, drop and hook. It's a pretty moonlit night with 53 degrees. All right, let me see. Copy in the mail, 5-7, up and at 'em. Bright and early this day. Go Navy. All right. And Jason, morning, passing through Richfield, Ohio. 45 degrees, beautiful clear skies, dry roads. Be safe out there to all the listening family. And the Indiana Roadrunner. What's going on?
Well, what's going on is I'm going down the road trying to keep the smokies off my shish kebab.
Good idea.
I learned to use that word, shish kebab.
Thank you.
Hey, you did comment on one of my posts on Facebook yesterday. If you didn't realize that,
I said you're goofy. You're goofy.
That's right. You said it's goofy. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, doing my best. My Captain Kangaroo look there. I get accused of looking like him every once in a while. And I can't help it that Captain Kangaroo happens to be that handsome. A heads up for people in Ohio, I-71 down there between Cincinnati and Columbus on the northbound side. I went by that scale, and it had to be closed when I went by because there was a line of trucks going in there, which surprised me because I wasn't paying any attention. But they seem to be working awful hard because there's a bunch of trucks in the back, some smoky cop cars there, and they had some big old high-intensity lights all lit up, so I guess they're doing some serious inspections. So I figured I'd pass that on to anybody else.
Good.
And then, I'd kind of jumped in late tonight because I was just driving along and I was listening to something else, and I realized, well, wait a minute, I am missing out on the Steve Sommers show. So I flipped over and I caught, part of the, talking about the foreign drivers and Amazon and stuff like that. And I guess I kind of make a I'm going to say an observation and a question. I had, I got 47 years trucking in under my belt. And, for about 10 years, I was till a year ago this month. I think we're in October. Well, yeah.
Yes.
I retired out of the paving company a year ago in October. And so I spent most of my time in the paving company hauling equipment. And for the rock quarry, too, hauling the big stuff, is I stay local. So I didn't, in the wintertime, every once in a while, I take a road trip on, moving some equipment, a road trip, because paving wasn't going on. But, when I did work for about a month, and I started, doing part-time, and now my part-time's almost pretty well full-time, running back on the road. And I had a culture shock when I came back out, because how much it changed. Because I thought, there's a lot of idiots out here. I mean, there's always been idiots. It just got worse. But the foreign drivers were just what shocked me. And it's changed, but here's what I first seen. I got out there, and I seen all these Amazon trucks going down the road, pulled by all these funny name carriers, driven by funny-looking people, driving around with these, looked like they had curtains on their windows and funny lights and everything inside, wondering how in the hootenannies can they see where they were going. And then I seen a lot of trucks driving around, and you go by. I guess I'm an observant person, but I don't know how many trucks went by, and they're watching porno movies, driving down the road.
Okay.
Bunch of wires. But anyway, you seen just so much reckless driving, where it's a big driving along, and I do not leave the grass growing underneath my tires. And, but man, there's people just coming flying by me and pulling them Amazon trailers just like these nuts. And it's not just Amazon, a lot of the others have, driven by these, what I think were obviously the illegal immigrants. And I don't want to call them illegal criminals. But anyway, after Trump started just cracking down stuff, I've noticed I don't see these people as much. In other words, I'm not seeing as much crazy driving. I'm not seeing so many people sitting at the fuel pumps that didn't speak English, blocking the stupid things. That is one thing that really does gripe my wanker, is these people using fuel pumps, sit there and camping out there, in whatever reason. And I guess I'm a kind of a, I'm just a grumpy guy. Somebody's blocking fuel pumps, I actually go up and say something to them, and I find out they don't know what the hell I'm saying because they don't understand English. But back to my point here is I am seeing less craziness pulling Amazon trailers. So I wonder who is pulling these Amazon trailers. And it seems like the illegals and the crazy people are lying low. In other words, I ain't saying they ain't out here, but maybe they're driving with sense. But there is a noticeable difference in what I've seen people, what they are driving and how they are driving. And I think this cracking down on all these illegals has helped the industry a lot, just for the sake of safety. And that's my observation. I'm curious if other people have seen the same thing I am, but that is my observation. And of course, we go back to how many people get mad because of, we in this country become so lawless that when Trump starts doing these crackdowns, these people are just the lawless people are having fits, like we're doing something, we're immoral.
Yep.
Oh, that just gripes me when they say that. We're being immoral or unconstitutional. No. We are a nation of laws and with laws you have law enforcement, you have military and everything like that. If you don't have laws, if you don't enforce your laws, you eventually will not have a nation. You'll destroy yourself from within. And these people are so used to lawlessness that they can't handle Trump, cracking down on this stuff. It's like this, this stupid budget thing going on. People can't handle this. The fact everybody's they're holding the grounds because they're been I can't say that P word, but anyway, they're shish kebabbing money away, and Republicans, with I think under the guidance of Trump, are trying to hold the ground and quit wasting so much money. It's not so that we're spending money, but we're wasting money, and a lot of it goes to just a bunch of bums that don't want to work. And then there are the guys that somehow or other people are going, what is it? They've been saying, somebody said something about last week, 5,000 people a week are going to die if they don't get this, they trim back. Oh, there's some, I'm growing less and less patient with liars. And the trouble with liars is they expect you like high school bullies. I'm supposed to just sit there and, I had high school bullies when I went to school. And I never did ever deal well with high school bullies. And most of them were big enough they could whip my butt. But I guess if you don't tolerate them, they don't know how to handle you. Well, I just don't tolerate that stuff. And there's many a time I've stood my ground against a high school bully just because of just the principle of the thing. And right now, we're at the principle of the thing, and I'm standing my ground with this stupid stuff. I'm tired of these stupid liars. And I got people I know that I guess I just avoided them because their whole mind is just, they're so... it's not they hate Trump. They just hate anybody that's not a Democrat. Mm-hmm. And I am not this crazy Republican thing. I don't even know what my registration even says because I go back and forth. I don't vote straight ticket on anything, but I grew up in a Democrat home. I originally started out as a registered Democrat, and back home in down there where I live at Southern Indiana. The Republicans hate me because you're supposed to be 100% Republican, and the Democrats hate me because I just don't put up their bull crap. But anyway, I had to get that off my chest anyway. But I just kind of wanted to really hit on the foreign truck driver thing.
Right.
Because I think
in other words,
I might be nuts, but I think the roads have improved.
So that's the same thing that several others have said. I'm curious. I mean, Eagles mentioned that several times in recent days. Beginning to see a difference. All right, with the government shutdown, the IRS, ain't much going on there, but Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they continue to do their job, arresting illegals with violent criminal records across the country, despite, as the government remains shut down, ICE agents arresting a series of illegals, some of whom have been convicted of child sex crimes, manslaughter, domestic violence, other crimes. According to the Department of Homeland Security's Tricia McLaughlin, in a statement this past day, she says, our brave ICE law enforcement will not be deterred by the Democrats' government shutdown or by violence against them for removing the worst of the worst criminal illegals from our communities. Our officers continue to risk their lives every day to arrest criminal aliens. Aliens, despite not getting paid, and the more than 1,000% increase in assaults against them. Just yesterday, Homeland Security arrested criminal illegal aliens, as she said, convicted of sex crimes, assault, domestic abuse, manslaughter, drug trafficking, burglary. Under President Trump and Secretary Noem, they are not welcome in the United States. In particular, agents arrested illegal alien Jose Alberto Hernandez Alvarado from Mexico, who's been convicted of aggravated sexual assault of a child in Dallas County, Texas. Kamar Hamilton, an illegal from Jamaica, also arrested by agents after having been convicted of manslaughter and assault in the Bronx in New York City. ICE agents arresting illegal alien Walid Salmiya of Algeria. Salmiya has been convicted of domestic abuse involving a dangerous weapon and intimidation with a dangerous weapon in Cherokee County, Iowa. Hugo Martinez James, an illegal from Mexico, and William Sierra Galeano from Colombia, arrested by agents as well. Martinez had been convicted of attempting to traffic cocaine in Columbus County, North Carolina. Sierra Galeano's been convicted of attempted burglary in White Plains, New York. In other words, they continue to do their jobs, even though the partial government shutdown continues.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Meanwhile, if you're having some tax issues, in other words, needing to contact the Internal Revenue Service, right now that's probably not going to happen. The IRS will furlough nearly half their workforce, this past day, Wednesday. According to the updated contingency plan posted to their website, most IRS operations are closed, according to the agency in a separate letter to their workers. The government shutdown entering week number 2, no end game in sight. The agency's initial lapsed appropriations contingency plan, which provided for the first 5 business days of operation, stated that the department would remain open using funds from the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, only 39,870 employees, which is like 53% of the workforce, remain working as the shutdown continues. Not clear which workers are actually still on the job. President of the National Treasury Employees Union said in a statement that taxpayers should expect increased wait times, backlogs, and delays implementing tax law changes as this continues. Taxpayers around the country will now have a much harder time, obviously, getting assistance. Just as they get ready to file their extension returns, which are due next week. I forgot about that, October 15, yes. Every day these employees are locked out is another day of frustration for taxpayers and a growing backlog of work that sits and waits for the shutdown to end, urging the administration, Congress to reach an agreement. Now, the notice to workers states that furloughed workers and those who remain on the job will receive back pay once the shutdown ends. That's notable since the administration Tuesday warned of no guaranteed back pay to some federal workers affected by the government shutdown. Last week, the president said roughly 750,000 federal workers nationwide were expected to be furloughed across various agencies. Some may potentially be fired. Now, representatives for the IRS, the Treasury, and the White House did not comment on the furlough plans. Earlier this year, of course, the IRS embarked on mass layoffs, spearheaded by DOGE, affecting tens of thousands of workers. At the end of 2024, the agency employed roughly 100,000 workers. Right now, that number is closer to 75,000 workers with the Internal Revenue Service. I suppose, for those filing extensions, of course you have to, the October 15 deadline, those that are under an extension, they're going to be trying to get their taxes filed here. Probably going to be a pretty busy weekend for that. I presume the electronic online filing operations should be up and running, even with the shutdown underway. You don't necessarily have to have people there to accept the digital downloads, right? Meanwhile, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is confirming Israel and Hamas have signed off on the first phase of the peace plan. Trump later posted, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. Phase 1 is the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners being held by Israel. Johnson & Johnson is being ordered to pay nearly $1 billion after being found liable for a woman's cancer death.
Maymore died of mesothelioma in 2021. Her family claims her death was caused by the asbestos fibers found in Johnson & Johnson's talc baby powder. A jury in Los Angeles on Monday ordered the company to pay the family $16 million in compensatory damages and $950 million in punitive damages. A spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson called the verdict egregious and unconstitutional and says they plan to appeal. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I got an email from Drummer Girl this morning. Able to chime in while we're live now that she's back to driving nights like she did for many years. Talking about the government shutdown and I guess some of these, the possibility of cuts when it comes to things like food stamps. She said, I know a 28-year-old who hasn't worked a day in her life. And she's complaining about the possible loss of Medicaid and food stamps. I told her maybe it's about time she controls her ADHD and gets a job. She can play video games, but she can't cook anything on the stove because she can't stay off the phone long enough to pay attention so the food doesn't burn. She can't use a microwave. She can use an air fryer because they have timers. Wow. 28, never worked a lick a day in her life. All right, Eagle, hanging in there this Thursday. What's happening, Eagle? Eagle, are you with us? Are you with me? I think he might have dozed off. That's never happened before. All righty, let's see here. Senor Heatwave, what's happening?
Oh, good morning, senor. Well, yeah, we did our swing through Southern and Northern California, through Oregon to Washington, now going on down to Salt Lake City for who knows after that. And I tell you what, I had an incident at a truck stop there in, where the hell were we? Starts with a B. Ah, the hell with it. There in Oregon, I cut myself with the razor on the part of the lip where it meets the skin under, right above your chin.
Yeah.
And, I tell you what, that's still been bleeding ever since. The only time it hadn't been when I was sleeping. It's like, my goodness gracious, I'm going to have to find something on the side of the road and slap it on there so I can keep from bleeding. Looks like I'm celebrating Halloween a little early. Well, let's see what's going on in the world today. Now, I've been sharing more balloon pictures and videos, and a lot of people are really enjoying that stuff. And, they're like, oh, I wish we could be there. And it's like, well, you can next year. Better get your room rentals today for next year when that season is going on. I tell you, anybody that comes to Albuquerque, especially when they have a layover, if they're not in a sleeper, they just kind of SOL, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no rooms left in the inn when almost 1 million people show up to see the balloons go up every day, in addition to all the other folks that live here. They do have RV parking up there, and I don't know how much it is a day, but yeah, they have people come by to, help drain their tanks if they need it and replenish the water and whatnot. But yeah, it's just a big old party basically going on up there, and so I hope everyone is not getting too much of their fill of the balloon pictures. Because I figure if that's probably the only thing that Albuquerque really has to offer is the balloon fiesta pictures, and yeah, that's about it. Other than that, the whole damn state's nothing but well, anyway. They had a special session going on in the Roundhouse there in Santa Fe, and I guess whatever Trump took away from the illegal aliens, our governor decided, and the rest of the Democrats have decided they were going to go ahead and pull from our rainy day fund to support the illegal aliens. Now, when I say support, I mean giving them health care, food stamps, and whatever else that they want for simply crossing over a line in the sand saying, that's Mexico, this is America. They brag about how they've been in control of the House and the Senate, and the representatives and whatnot here in Santa Fe for the last 50 years. And it's like, yeah, and it shows. We are dead last in a lot of items that are supposed to be good, beneficial for the people. And we are right up there in the top 5 of things that are not so beneficial to the people, like crime, murder, theft, spousal abuse, or whatever you want to call it, And there you just puffing up their chest, beating on it, saying, we're Democrats, we're in control. Ain't we doing good? It's like, no, you're not. But there's so damn many true blue bloods out there that are going to vote blue simply because that's just the way they've been raised, and they can't think for themselves. We on the right consider them wrong, and them on the left consider us evil. And, it is just beyond me how you can think you're doing a good job when the kids can't even graduate from high school. They can't write. Oh, they can print, but they can't write cursive. They can't tell time on a regular clock.
Yeah.
It's all got to be digital. Don't know how to balance a checkbook. They don't know how to, well, hell, they don't even know how to add or subtract nor read. yet they're still getting passed on. And my 2 daughters and my grandchildren, they are going through the New Mexico educational system, or they have been through. That, you know, unless the kid is absolutely possessed with learning, that this state don't do anything for the kids. So, I mean, the cash cow for the state is oil and gas. Well, she killed the only working refinery there on Interstate 40 at Johnstown, where the former Giant truck stop, now known as a Flying J Pilot, is. There's a refinery out there. Well, hell, she shut that down here about 4 years ago. So whatever refinery we may have had, we ain't got no more. So, yeah, it's like, well, so where are we getting our fuel from, and how much is it costing us to travel? I mean, it was bad enough we had that refinery down in, you know, lower western New Mexico, or upper western New Mexico, I should say, that, well, it's just not enough. So I hear the explosion over there at the refineries in California were possibly terrorist acts. Am I hearing that right?
I honestly had not heard an update on that.
Well, that is what my co-driver told me. He listens to the news during the daytime while I'm snoozing. So I just wanted to get someone else's confirmation on that. Of course, we all heard that all the Democrats that were screaming natural causes and weather changes and climate change was causing all the fires in California. Well, we found out, didn't we, that it was
arson.
It wasn't. Yeah, and they caught him.
Yeah.
And they did. I guess y'all heard that. You know, he donated money to Biden. He just, you know, for Democrats that are supposedly screaming, we need to, you know, save nature and save a lot of our trees and whatnot. Well, why is it one of their own that's burning the hell out of the city? I mean, just, you know, the Palisades, that was a big community. It ain't no more. But I mean, you know, it's just sad. And then, you know, with the pledges of the Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom to you know, green light a lot of the permits. Well, how many permits have been you know, given to rebuild? They sure don't sound like it's going along very well. The bureaucratical BS is keeping things from going. So, you know, folks have been living there all their lives, or generational. They're not getting their houses back anytime soon. They're not going to be able to rebuild. And I'm sure they don't want to leave. But, man, what are you going to do when the government that's supposed to be helping you, giving you a hand up, not a handout, but a hand up, is not willing to do what it needs to be done to get you back on your feet? So Bad Bunny. Well, I'm glad 50 Cent tore him a new one. You know, music is not supposed to be tearing people apart. It's supposed to be bringing them together. After Bad Bunny says you got 4 months to learn Spanish.
Right.
And I noticed one of the commenters was like, "Oh, but it's okay to tell us Mexicans we need to learn English." And I went ahead and I guess I was the only one to reply to her comment. I said, yes, it is. You come to this country where it is an English-speaking country. You do business in English. You deal with other people in other states in English. Yes, you had better learn the English language. if I were to go to Mexico, which I really have no want or desire to do so, you think they're going to accommodate me? You know, by speaking English to me? Oh, hell no. I would have to learn how to properly speak their language, or else I wouldn't be getting any services. I mean, when I was in Spain, back when I was in the Air Force, there was no English-speaking TV station being broadcasted in all of Spain. It was all Spanish. The proper Spanish, kind of like in England, you speak proper English, you know. But I mean, the only English-speaking broadcast that were out there was from the air base, you know, Armed Forces Radio and Television Services, or as we like to call it, AFARTS. That was the only English radio station that we had. That was the only English TV station that we had. Panama, same way. That was the only English that you heard other than the songs on the radio. So, yeah, what is so hard about someone that lives here, legally or illegally, to learn the English language? I don't get it. I really don't get it. And as far as the attitude of drivers out here, yeah, it seems like on 40, especially in our neck of the woods down in New Mexico and Arizona, we're not really seeing a whole lot, or I should say, we're not seeing as much of the obvious foreign drivers. You know, the ones I'm talking about, it's got the little fuzzy green thing on the side of their trailer or tractor, or got the American flag with an eagle over it, yet they've got some, you know, Raji or Haji with a damn machine gun or in Indian army garb with a sword, you know, and then having their language all over the backs of the trailers or in the front. You know, I don't want to sound racist or whatever else they call it, but I mean, you know, we really need to clean up. We need to get these people out of here that do not speak the language, that don't give a damn about assimilating to us, who think we owe them everything simply because they are here. They need to boot their hind ends out of here, especially in the trucking industry. And, you know, perhaps the freight that's out here will come to the legit drivers that understand English, that can read signs, that understand what symbols are, and these shippers would only realize that, yeah, you're probably saving money in the short term, but if your load of cargo gets impounded,
right,
well, guess what? You're going to have to pay to get it out. It's going to cost you a hell of a lot more in the long run.
And what's it costing to replace the cost to replace equipment? Yeah, for every one of those tractors and trailers, yeah, loaded or empty, and of course, especially when loaded, yeah, the loss of the merchandise, yeah, that's the price you're paying. And I could only assume they're saving enough with the cheaper labor force, the immigrant drivers, to where they consider that the cost of doing business. That'd be my best guess. I did a quick search there, Heatwave. I'd not seen anything about, I guess they're still investigating the cause of that refinery explosion. I see nothing about anything nefarious. There are some theories being floated, they say. But I did mention at the time, when this was first a breaking story last week, what kind of impact is this going to have on fuel prices? They're in California already paying, like $6 plus per gallon. Yeah, California once had dozens of refineries. Today, 9 are still producing gas, diesel fuel, jet fuel for airlines and military planes. Two have announced plans to shut down within a few months. Valero's refinery and the Phillips 66 plant in Southern California together represent about 17% of the state's refining capacity. State legislators reportedly have offered Valero some state subsidies to keep their refinery in operation. Fearing closure is going to raise California's already outrageously high gas prices. Chevron's damaged now El Segundo plant, if closed, would double the loss in refinery capacity to more than a third of the state's total, causing a supply crunch that would assuredly result in higher pump prices. California's 30 million plus cars and light trucks average 340 billion miles of travel annually. They burn 13 billion gallons of gas, all but a trickle of which comes from those 9 refineries. There are no pipelines to bring in fuel from other states. Importing gas from Asia or the Middle East via tankers is fraught with uncertainty and high costs. Governor Newsom, backed by fellow Democrats in the legislature, spent months exhortating refiners for high prices, even though the state's very high fuel taxes actually is what creates much of the gap between prices there versus other states. Newsom called a special session of the legislature to pass legislation that he said would penalize profits that are deemed too high. The official criticism seemed to meld with the state's declared intention to phase out gasoline-fueled cars in favor of the electric vehicle, thus shutting down oil production and gasoline refineries. The evolution that Newsom envisions also requires the state to continue some refining until the last of the state's gas-powered cars are permanently parked, raising questions how that change could possibly be managed. Either way, the Phillips 66 and Valero announcements forced the issue. The state's politicians realized all of a sudden a rapid decline in refinery capacity is going to send their fuel prices soaring, creating political backlash. Newsom's evident presidential ambitions would be hammered by a price spike in California. Accordingly, in the last days of the legislative session, Newsom and legislators kind of backtracked, passing measures to boost petroleum production. More recently, Newsom signed legislation to make gas with 15% ethanol available, saying that would lower prices by up to 20 cents a gallon. Apparently, legislators also have been feeling out Valero about some state subsidies for the Benicia plant. So far, they have not had success. Now, Chevron, whose refineries in El Segundo and Richmond have about a third of the state's refining capacity, moved their headquarters from California to Texas last year. They've made no secret about their disdain for California's anti-petroleum policies, dropping hints that they may close one of those plants. Either way, the extent of the fire damage at the El Segundo refinery and the effect on gas prices as well as supply right now still are not clear, but it is a reminder of just how tight California's gas supply has become and how cataclysmic the closure of their refineries would be, both economically and politically there in the state of California. All right, rapidly rolling toward news break here. Philip, got you coming up here. I was just looking, I see, we got a rocket launch scheduled later on tonight, Thursday evening. And this one apparently may be visible to many people in the southeast, especially along the coastal areas. This is going to be a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket carrying Amazon Project Kuiper satellites, scheduled to launch again tonight, October the 9th. The launch window opens at 9:34 p.m. Eastern, obviously. That window remains open until 11:48 p.m. Eastern, just a few minutes before the midnight hour. But anyone along the southeast coast with a clear view of the southeast sky could see this. As far north as areas in Virginia and North Carolina. Looks like most everyone in the Sunshine State will be in that window, nearly all the state, to see that launch. According to the SpaceLaunchSchedule.com website, the estimated cost of this launch, $52 million. All right, so there you go. I guess all depending on weather conditions and all that coming up later on this evening. In our next hour, we'll share with you just hot off the press, a new research study suggesting there is indeed a link between truck drivers who violate English language proficiency rules and higher safety violation rates for the companies they're working for. Surprise, surprise. Not really, but more on that next hour. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump confirms Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his peace plan. The initial breakthrough came today with Secretary of State Marco Rubio delivering a note to Trump, urging him to announce it first. Trump posted on Truth Social that all hostages will be released soon, and Israeli troops will pull back to an agreed line. Phase 1 involves a hostage swap between Israel and Hamas, and Trump may travel to Egypt to personally oversee the historic deal. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has opened to passing legislation that would allow military members and critical FAA air traffic controllers to be paid during the shutdown.
According to the Speaker of the House, the government needs to reopen by October 13th for the nation's 1.3 million military members to get paid. He says he's monitoring the matter on a day-by-day basis, and he adds that officials want to make sure our troops are paid. Johnson's consideration of legislation that would ensure pay for military members and ATC controllers comes as some airports airports are already reporting delays because of staffing shortages. I'm Jim Roop.
The CDC's immunization schedule is being updated.
The latest guidance just announced Monday is for toddlers to get the chickenpox vaccine separately from the MMR shot. Some health experts have warned that the combined shot may lead to an increase in a rare adverse reaction. The CDC will also accept an advisory panel's recommendation on COVID-19 vaccination eligibility that says people should speak with their doctor before getting the shot, regardless of age or health conditions. CDC Acting Director and Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says these changes will allow patients and caregivers to personalize care, adding, informed consent is back. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1 point, the S&P 500 gained 39 points, and the Nasdaq rose by 255 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Employment growth was reportedly flat last month. That's according to investment giant Carlyle.
The company announced the numbers since the government shutdown stopped the release of official reports from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Figures showed 17,000 new jobs in September. Last week, payroll processor ADP indicated a loss of 32,000 jobs. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Tesla is showing off cheaper versions of its Model 3 and Model Y electric vehicles.
The cars called the Model 3 Standard and Model Y Standard are around $5,000 cheaper than the premium version, starting at around $39,000 and $41,000 respectively. The new models will be available in December or January and come after the federal government eliminated the $7,500 tax credit for electric cars. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Dolly Parton is putting the public's mind at ease and letting it be known that she is not ready to die yet.
I wanted to say, I know lately everybody thinks that I am sicker than I am. Do I look sick to you? I'm working hard here.
Fans became concerned about the country music icon after her sister took to social media, encouraging them to pray for Dolly's health. The singer addressed the matter in a video posted on social media. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure failure costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour at the Mountain Time, welcome into a Thursday. 1 hour from now, we'll welcome our friends on the West Coast into the 9th day of October. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. There are some individuals rather upset, questioning why did the disgraced former FBI Director James Comey receive what they're calling essentially the royal treatment by the Department of Justice yesterday, quietly entering through a back door for his arraignment. In other words, no handcuffs, no cameras, no perp walk. I believe we have some answers to that question. Couple of theories here, but we'll address that coming up. First, promise we get to Philip as we get the new hour underway. What's happening this morning? Let me click the mouse there. There we go. Morning, Philip.
Morning. Just driving down I-4. How y'all doing?
Doing well. Weekend around the corner here.
Yep, just about around the corner there. Yeah, I heard you talking about that Falcon 9. That deal there, they're having to get Elon to do it because ULA can't get things together enough for them to get their rockets up. I don't know what's up with Bezos and Blue Origin. I mean, they're doing a lot of things, but they haven't really sped up their program on their New Glenn thing, and they just can't get that thing together enough to get those satellites up.
Mm-hmm.
Once he gets that figured out, he won't need Elon no more. And but those satellites are they're going to be used for your landline phones, Steve. You know, they're going to speed up those landline phones. Anybody that's still using the landline type phones, that's what that satellite's for. So let's see. They've been shooting up towards the northeast. They did it Monday night into Tuesday night. They shot one. You could see it clearly. We've got a lot of stuff that's been happening down in the Caribbean, if you know what I mean, with these storms. And you can't just put the old barge down there to catch that rocket down there when you got a hurricane down there. So they're moving everything up towards the northeast and shooting that way. So I think that's one of the reasons why they're doing it. What do you think, buddy?
I mean, normally the trajectory, most of these launches are not visible all the way up like to Virginia, correct?
Oh, no, not usually. But things are changing weather-wise, and if he gets it off tonight, that's a good thing because Friday and Saturday are going to be really ugly on the east coast of the United States.
Yes.
With weather.
Yep.
So he's got to get that thing going as quickly as possible. If not, it's going to delay it out. And Bezos has a lot of people counting on those satellites. He's been. I think Elon has shot one before with him on, if I'm not mistaken. ULA has shot one not recently, and ULA just can't get it together fast enough for Bezos to get them satellites up there. And his Blue Origin program is way behind, or something's going on. I really don't know what's going on with Blue Origin. They have really been slow on this New Glenn program. I don't know why, but they have been. And Elon, I know it's going to be competition for Elon when they do get that New Glenn going. The turnaround time on it will be a lot quicker than what the Falcon 9 is. But it ain't came to fruition yet. I mean, he's done some testing and stuff. He shot one rocket, but I don't know. Bezos got to get it together. He really does. He's got to get his program together. I don't know if it's money or what it is, but for some reason he's kind of slacked off on it a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have to just see how it works out. I heard we caught somebody over in Melbourne, Florida that did some damage out there in California. Did you and E-Wade talking about that earlier?
Yeah, the Palisades fire. Yes.
Yeah, it's one of the few times that a lot of people don't know it. We have federal buildings everywhere in the United States, and got one here in Orlando. And a gentleman is staying there right now. He's not even going to be moved out to California until the time's right. They've got him here in Orlando. So everybody thinks that, everybody goes to county lockup, not in a federal deal. When it's a federal offense, you go into federal buildings. So see how this one plays out. I was really shocked when I saw the news on it yesterday. That just goes to show you, Steve, you never know who's beside you in the house. The house beside you.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. The neighbors they didn't suspect anything of this guy. Just another person living in a house, so to speak. But it's funny, he's on the other side of the daggum United States. But there's a lot of things that put him into that spot where them fires started. They got a lot of evidence on this gentleman with lots of stuff going on. Now, I wouldn't really call him a gentleman, but after that, I mean, those people lost a lot of stuff out there, and they're a lot of things, and their lives are gone up in smoke because of this guy. And I don't know. This one's going to be pretty ugly, but I don't know. I'm hearing 25 years is about as much as he's going to get. What have you heard, Steve?
I haven't really seen any numbers at this point. All I know is he had a scheduled appearance for like yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, they brought him over here to Orlando. He had a scheduled appearance at Fed building, and then they were going to hold him until they put him out, until they move him out to California.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard yesterday. So, and I saw a weird story yesterday, Steve. You know who Grady Judd is? Everybody does down here in Florida. He's Florida sheriff. You know who he is.
Absolutely.
He got an individual. He got a call that this individual was running around naked. Okay, and they found this individual, and he was supposed to be butt naked, but he had his clothes on by the time they got by to get him. And they were going to let him go, and he did something else that made them detain him. But when they detained him, they noticed he was walking kind of funny, Steve. So, and he was kind of grimacing. So they took him to a local hospital and x-rayed him. And I don't know how I'm going to say this, but he had a thermos inside him, Steve. You know how big a thermos is?
Varying sizes, but I even the smallest sounds mighty painful to me.
Yes, and I'm gonna say it the way Grady Judd said it. He put it in the exiting point of the body instead of the entering point. If you know what I mean.
Yes.
And it had been in there 24 hours, and he had methamphetamine inside of it.
Okay.
So he wanted to be caught by law enforcement to bring it inside the lockup at the jail. They extricated the piece out of him, and he is in a hospital, and he's going to be all right. But that was a very odd story when I seen that. Grady Judd had that on his thing. And I would not even want to think about how somebody would put that object where he put it.
Yes, I know. Well, so he was trying to smuggle methamphetamine in to try to make money in the jail or something.
From what they gather, that's what they're thinking now. that he was trying to bring it inside, or he was moving it for somebody.
Yeah.
So, but
wow.
To put a thermos, my God, man, I don't even want to think about that one. That hurts just thinking about it. But that was a crazy story. And then I also did some research on Pappy's little story about the helium-3.
Yes.
Now, helium-3, I did some pricing on it. It's $567,000 an ounce. Okay, to get it, we only get about 20 to 40 pounds of it a year. That's all we get. There's a company in Minnesota that's actually found a place in Minnesota they can get it from, but they can't extricate, so they can only go so much, because it's so small quantity. It's not like something we can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And the only other way to get that stuff is you have to have ordnance that decays. So a lot of our nuclear ordnance, a lot of people doesn't know this, but our nuclear ordnance has a shelf life. And if it isn't used in so many years, then it has to be disposed of, and it causes decay. Well, when that decaying process starts, you get the helium-3 off of it. It takes 12 years to get it off of it. And it could be true that it can be at the moon all over the place, but can it be true the Chinese are mining it? I don't know, but I will say this much for you, Pappy. Who's the people with the most rare earth metals in the world that are trying to sell it? It's the Chinese right now.
Yep.
So at 567,000 pounds an ounce for this gas, I can just imagine what they're trying to do. So are they doing it? I don't think so, because these are the people that actually expended a bus-sized rocket part that came back down almost. They didn't know where it was going to go. And to get on the backside of the moon to harvest this stuff, I don't know. I think that's a little far-fetched. But who knows? It's the way it is. So that's all I got on that, buddy. I appreciate you having me. Catch you later.
Thanks for checking in, Philip. Have a great day. All right, the arsonist. The federal government announcing the arrest of a 29-year-old in connection with the origin of the devastating Palisades fire there in L.A. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Sauli announcing the arrest of Jonathan Rinderknecht. Criminal complaint charging him with maliciously starting what ultimately became the Palisades fire back in January. The criminal complaint alleges that he started a fire in Pacific Palisades on New Year's Day, a blaze that eventually turned into one of the most destructive fires in L.A. history. Death, widespread destruction. Going back in time, remembering fire crews had been called out, extinguished the initial fire, but it was still smoldering underground before reigniting with the high winds. The acting U.S. attorney noted among the evidence collected from his digital devices was an image that he generated on ChatGPT depicting a burning city. Now, he had fled the scene of the original fire, but apparently returned to the same trail to watch it burn. He left as soon as he saw the fire trucks were headed up to the location, turned around and went back up there, took some video, and actually watched them fight the fire. Is he the term firebug? Historically, there are individual firebugs. They'll start a building fire and actually leave the scene, come back, getting their thrills watching firefighters fight the blaze. What's more, citing the criminal complaint, they said not only he had made several 911 calls to report the fire, but also during a January 24 interview told investigators where the fire began, which was information not yet public. And he would not have known it if he hadn't witnessed it. But this was January 7. The outlet said the fire erupted, killing 12 people, destroying more than 6,000 homes and buildings in the Pacific Palisades, the wealthy coastal neighborhood there. So the initial court appearance was supposedly 1:30 this past afternoon. Attorney General Pam Bondi praising the great work by the acting attorney and our agents to make this crucial arrest. All right, Donald Trump, of course, who was president-elect at the time the fire erupted, had blasted California's Governor Newsom, calling the Democrats' handling of the fire a true disaster, citing a lack of proper infrastructure, a lack of leadership. The Democrat Mayor Karen Bass, who received all kinds of flack as she was in Africa, attending a presidential inauguration in Ghana at the time the fire was spreading. In fact, she reportedly was at one point living it up at a cocktail party while the fire was burning there. The LA Times says Bass was hobnobbing, posing for photos at an embassy shindig. It was later then in February where Mayor Bass fired the chief of the LA Fire Department, who had blamed officials' incompetence for the disastrous response to those wildfires at the time.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, what do you say? You got clear lines here at 844-844-3388. Yeah, more on the new research study suggesting indeed a link between truck drivers who violate English language proficiency rules and higher safety violations for the drivers and the companies involved. The study was conducted in part by Alex Scott, an associate professor of supply chain management at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Released about a week ago, the study focused on unsafe driving, vehicle maintenance, and hours of service compliance is tracked by the FMCSA through roadside inspections from May 1 through September 21. It's important to develop and implement policies that identify unsafe drivers and carriers, according to the study. Thus, it is worth examining whether truck drivers who violate English language proficiency regulations are, in fact, less safe compared to all truck drivers. and whether the carriers that employ these drivers are less safe compared to their peers. So what did we find? Well, the study found that inspections that included an English language proficiency violation had 2.5 times the amount of non-ELP violations and nearly 3 times the amount of serious violations as compared to inspections without an English language violation. Carriers with language violations were also found to have worse safety scores from the FMCSA, particularly in regard to vehicle maintenance and unsafe driving. The study notes English language violations were found at vastly different rates across the country. Now, they say the findings do not suggest that a lack of English proficiency causes these violations and poor carrier safety scores, just that they are correlated. First, if a driver cannot speak English, then the driver's not likely to be able to understand the extensive federal rules and regulations that govern the trucking industry. This could contribute to a lack of understanding of how trucks are expected to be maintained, or how the hours of service rules are expected to be followed. Second, it is possible that non-English speaking drivers are taken advantage of by the unscrupulous carriers and managers at those carriers. It's possible that unsafe carriers hire drivers who cannot speak English and obviously then push them to perform unsafely. If that is the case, action needs to be taken to protect drivers from those management practices. Well, I think the examples have been borne out time and time again across the country. Some of these drivers, actually the one company that's under the microscope right now following the fatal Texas crash where the driver fell asleep. Drivers saying that they were pushed to drive 1,000 miles nonstop. That they would adjust things and sometimes even make it look on the electronic logging device that it was a team operation. Yet running the miles of a team operation with one individual actually in the truck. All right, rolling toward news break here, bottom of the hour. And again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Got some NASCAR headlines to bring your way coming up here. First, Tell will get you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com to learn more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is confirming Israel and Hamas have signed off on the first phase of the peace plan. Trump later posted, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. Phase 1 is the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners being held by Israel. Johnson & Johnson is being ordered to pay nearly $1 billion after being found liable for a woman's cancer death.
May Moore died of mesothelioma in 2021. Her family claims her death was caused by the asbestos fibers found in Johnson & Johnson's talc baby powder. A jury in Los Angeles on Monday ordered the company to pay the family $16 million in compensatory damages and $950 million in punitive damages. A spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson called the verdict egregious and unconstitutional and says they plan to appeal. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in in with your need. That is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right. Good to have you on board. Rolling into a Thursday. It is 844-3388. Now let's see. Tracy chiming in. She says, anybody have any idea why that northbound scale on I-71 Wilmington, Ohio's been open like 24 hours a day the last 3 days? You know, I drive for R&L Carriers out of Wilmington. I bet that thing's been open at night. Hasn't been open in like 5 years. Okay, good question. See if I can find any answers. Hello, Gary Montgomery on board. Billy joins us. Morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive, folks. Hello to Peter. Good morning from Sioux City as he gets ready to cross the corn patch this morning. All right, let's move over to James Comey. Yeah, was it actually the royal treatment? Yeah, no handcuffs, no cameras, no perp walk. Yeah, Comey now facing 2 felony charges handed down by a grand jury. Was allowed to bypass the same public humiliation that the Department of Justice and the FBI inflicted on Trump's allies like Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro. On his War Room podcast, Bannon was furious over what he called a major screw-up that allowed the disgraced former FBI director to avoid the humiliation that every other Trump ally faced. Bannon reminded viewers that when he and Peter Navarro faced federal charges, they walked proudly into court through the front door, surrounded by cameras, determined to face the music head-on, unlike Comey. Bannon says they slipped Comey into another entrance, so he didn't have to come through here. This is BS. I don't know who at the Department of Justice and who at the FBI, or I hope the White House, understands this. That instead of Navarro and I, and look, I proudly walked in there because I was proud of what I did. I'm not going to have the media. They allowed Comey to do something they did not allow everybody else to do. This is a problem. Problem is the system is rigged on these guys, on their side. This has to stop. Is Comey going to be shackled? Is Comey going to be strip searched? Yeah. Why? Comey's there for felonies. Why is Comey not coming in from the outside? Everybody else has to. There's no way of taking you below a thing, and I don't want to hear security. You don't think there was a higher security had taken out Steve Bannon or Peter Navarro? Yeah. More than James Comey. Mike Davis, how could we have allowed this to happen? Comey's in court right now. I think he just pled not guilty. All right, the Department of Justice runs this. If anybody at the DOJ said that was fine, that's not good with the warrant. Now, we want Comey to get the exact same treatment. According to Mike Davis, though, the founder of Article 3 Project and former Senate Judiciary Counsel, he feels like this wasn't necessarily some sort of a deep state favor. It may have been a bureaucratic blunder that actually spared Comey the public humiliation. I think what he's referencing, they had issued a summons for Comey, a summons rather than a warrant. And there is a difference. Was it a bureaucratic blunder? I don't know. All right, but I believe they have set a trial. He did plead not guilty. They have set a trial date. I'll have to double check on that. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Well, the things you might see out there on the roadways, this was north of the border. Canadian police citing a truck driver and the company he drove for after discovering a slew of serious violations, including an unacceptable number of missing trailer tires. Ontario Provincial Police Central Region took to social media to detail a commercial vehicle traffic stop that resulted in, again, numerous citations, stating a member of the Celadon OPP Traffic Enforcement Unit stopped this commercial motor vehicle After noticing several missing tires, a subsequent inspection uncovered an expired annual safety certificate along with multiple missing and improperly completed documents. This is the amazing part. Operating a trailer with only 6 of its 20 tires is unacceptable. As a result of the violations uncovered during the stop, the vehicle was placed out of service, obviously. The truck driver and Associated Trucking Company cited. They shared photographs. Complete axles with rims but no tires on them. Okay. That sounds real safe out there. Let me see. Who we got on board? Junior, I do believe. Morning, Junior.
What's going on, Steve?
Hey there.
Morning. Ohio's got something going on for the last, week and a half, 70, coming out of Indiana, going east on 70. Them scale houses been working there every night after midnight. So they got something going on, some kind of blitz. They was in there tonight again, but last night they pulled me in, and they had all the big lights all hooked up and everything. So I don't know what they got going on, but yeah, they got something going on. But most of the time I get the bypass. Last time my bypass told me to pull in.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, I wonder. I mean, we've seen a number of states here in the last few weeks, doing these English language proficiency blitzes kind of thing. I wonder if maybe Ohio's on that wagon.
Yeah, I've seen those big name companies they had in there doing the checks on there last night. But I delivered down there at Columbus, Indiana for Cummins. They get containers and everything else. Man, it was amazing how many foreigners are coming in there. Half of them couldn't even understand what the lady was trying to tell them.
Yeah.
I thought, daggone, man. They just sitting down here at the warehouse watching these guys come in there. I mean, wow, I just couldn't believe it, how bad it was. But I don't know. But
well, I'll just be.
I'll lose you.
But no, we'll find out.
Oh,
we'll find out in a few days what actually, if they are doing a blitz. I mean, they just released a press release. Colorado and Wyoming kind of jointly did a blitz like that last week, and we got some of the numbers there.
Yeah. Well, I go up 69 to 30, try to stay off 70, but them scales on 30 was never been open every night.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen them open at all over there, but coming across 70, just the Dayton there, I thought, well, it's unusual. Most times they're not even open. So,
okay.
So they got something going on. First of the month, man, they need the quota.
Yeah, we were talking about quotas last week. I think the end of the month's when they're always doing their blitzes, isn't it? I don't know. Could be. Yeah, I mentioned Wyoming, Colorado, a joint operation conducted by the Wyoming Highway Patrol and Colorado State Patrol and resulted in the arrest of several commercial vehicle drivers. This carrier safety operation on U.S. Highway 287 at the Wyoming-Colorado state line near Laramie. According to the law enforcement agencies, 82 commercial vehicles were inspected to ensure compliance with federal safety regulations and that the drivers were operating legally. The inspections led to 16 drivers and 24 vehicles being placed out of service. There were 4 arrests made and 1 marijuana citation. Troopers arrested 3 commercial drivers for repeat offenses, according to the Highway Patrol. 2 of the arrests were for repeated offenses of driving without a commercial driver's license. And another arrest was made following repeated violations of the English proficiency requirements. Additionally, the Colorado State Patrol made an arrest due to a statewide warrant, apparently. Via social media, the agency said the Wyoming Highway Patrol takes commercial vehicle safety seriously. Being put out of service is done to ensure the safety of everyone on our roadways when a driver is found to be operating not complying with critical FMCSA regulations, along with repeat violations like English language proficiency. The driver may be arrested. The Wyoming Highway Patrol also noted that many commercial drivers pass inspections without violations. They extended their thanks to those drivers for working hard to be safe on the road and keep the state and the country moving. As I just mentioned, several states have recently responded to the DOT's rule on those non-domiciled CDLs. Oregon, Texas, Missouri have announced their departments of transportation are not issuing or testing for non-domiciled CDLs and or learner's permits. And there's a much larger list. I believe there's now 7 or 8 states on that list that are getting in line to be compliant. And that's 100% due to the emergency order that was declared a week ago this past Friday by the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Kind of getting them off the road.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, Daniel checks in here. A little bit earlier said, I wish I could say things are changing out here. Several drivers saying that it appears things seem to be getting a bit better. But from where I'm seeing it ain't been that long ago. Highway 212 in Brodus, Montana. Lally Brothers Express out of Sydney Bridge, Columbia. Run the stop sign, leaving the scale. I had them on dash cam. Called the Powder River County Sheriff's Department. Called the scale. They didn't do nothing. So I think it's a lot of talk that they're going to do something, but not really doing anything. Because I think they want that cheap labor in here. The ATA has bought and paid for a lot of congressmen. Yes, that is true. Meanwhile, Cripshot in the house. Good morning, all. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Cheers. This Thursday morning. Hello to Spaceman. I'm not familiar with that name. All right, good to have you with us there, Spaceman. The Gray Ghost checks in. Good morning, Steve. Enjoying the show from New Orleans this morning. Michigan Madman been doing the iRacing thing tonight. He said, I just got put on another 30-day probation on our Racing All-Pro Simulated League. What'd you do this time? All right, stay out of trouble there, Madman. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Let me see. Grump had some comments in regards to Comey, I do believe. Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I don't think that was a mistake on that summons. That a lot of times prosecutors on high-profile cases like that, if there's depending on the severity of the felony and a few other things, they can look at that and say, we just want to get a summons on here instead of an official arrest warrant. But they go through the same process. The only difference is perp walks, none of this, other stuff. But the judge, they basically leave that up to the judge when they submit for the warrant, and they'll tell them, do you want a summons or can we get a summons on this instead of just summons to court, other than an arrest warrant. So, Trump wasn't afforded that opportunity when he was perp walked in and his picture taken and all that. So, but I don't think it was a mistake or anything. I think it's just exactly the way they set it up, and that's what they got.
All right, very interesting.
Anyway,
so anyway,
the
judges, at least for Bannon and Navarro, found it, I guess, prudent to issue an actual arrest warrant versus a summons.
Right. And why, I don't know. Probably because they were Republicans, and that, that kind of thing there.
Yeah.
They had no, they weren't going to flee, or anything. I mean, it was what was their charges there? Was it contempt of Congress or something?
I believe so. I know with Navarro for sure.
Yeah.
Bannon, I think that was it as well, refusing to appear before Congress. Yep.
Right. Yeah, they weren't going to flee or anything like that, and they had no reason to issue an arrest warrant like that. They could have just summoned them in, or I had people, for reckless driving or careless and prudent driving, things like that. I'd cited them in the court. Just when they get there, then they, can get slapped with a felony, for reckless endangerment with a vehicle, knowing that they didn't have a driver's license or, things like this. And, it really depends, but no, I don't think it was, somebody like Comey or something like that. I kind of figured that's what they were going to do. So I just want to kind of clear that up, was just issue a summons on him. And it'll probably happen. I think Trump really, or Bondi's trying to be just a little bit more civil about this, and they're not above the law by any means, but instead of perp walking everybody, they know they're going to jail. I doubt whether he goes to jail. He's probably going to lose his law license, and a big fine or something like that, and probation. But I doubt very seriously where if any jail time at all is going to come about on this. It's that's just a way they treat a lot of these cases. And if it was me or you, they'd jack the jail up and throw our asses up underneath it. But that's just the way it is. But anyway, I just wanted to comment on that and kind of give you my 2 cents on what they do and what a lot of times and what happens.
Very good. Thank you very much, Grump. Have a good morning.
All right, buddy.
All right, a couple minutes before news break. I don't know if I'll get a chance to get down to the river this weekend, but a pretty cool event taking place. It kicked off yesterday. It's an event entitled America's River Roots, the largest collection of riverboats. Used to be called steamboats, but it's the riverboats. Taking place now through the 12th on the riverfront, the Cincinnati and Newport, Kentucky riverfront. 9 riverboats from 7 different cities have arrived in the Queen City. 4 music stages, bourbon testings or tastings, beer tastings, dozens of food trucks and restaurants. I'm familiar with some of these riverboats. Others I'm not. Obviously familiar with the Belle of Louisville. What do we have here? We got the Three Rivers Queen, the Mary M. Miller, the Celebration Belle, the Belle of Cincinnati, River Queen, the Belle of Memphis, the Anson and Betsy Northrop, the Steamboat Natchez, all docked along the river. Of course, people are able to take some little dinner cruises and things like that during this weekend event. Obviously, taking tours of the riverboats. Pretty cool thing. So that is underway. Meanwhile, we'll get our news break. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his peace plan. That means the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners being held by Israel. Trump posted, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. Trump says he may be traveling to the Middle East as soon as this weekend. President Trump is suggesting that some furloughed government employees could receive back pay while others may not.
Trump's comments follow a memo from the Office of Management and Budget, which raised the possibility that federal workers may not be entitled to back pay from their time off during the government shutdown. The president says, quote, it really depends on who you're talking about, when asked about compensation for furloughed workers, and he blamed Democrats for putting their jobs in jeopardy. Despite uncertainty regarding back pay eligibility, President Trump added that, quote, for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
There were plenty of fireworks when Attorney General Pam Bondi appeared before senators on Capitol Hill yesterday.
Bondi faced off with Democrats over a wide range of issues that included the deployment of the National Guard to cities across the country, the Jeffrey Epstein case, and the indictment of former FBI Chief James Comey.
What conversations you've had with President Trump about the indictment of James Comey?
No one is above the law, not even the president. That's a quote from you.
When you saw that
no one is above the law. That was your quote.
That's Bondi sparring with Democrat Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut. Democrats accused Bondi of going after President Trump's political foes, while Bondi accused them of turning a blind eye when Trump was being prosecuted. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1 point, the S&P 500 gained 39 points, and the Nasdaq rose by 255 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
New York City has filed an amicus brief to support Oregon's ongoing case against the federal government's deployment of the National Guard in Portland.
It comes days after a U.S. District Court in Oregon ruled that the National Guard deployment in response to protests of immigration enforcement operations likely violated federal law because the protests were not very disruptive. New York City joined a coalition of 74 localities, which warns against the Trump administration's plans to deploy the National Guard anywhere, anytime, arguing the federal government has overreached its authority. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The Cleveland Clinic weighed in on the growing popularity of creatine. It's used to enhance muscle recovery, muscle growth, and reduce muscular fatigue.
Julia Cimbano, a registered dietitian with the Cleveland Clinic, says creatine in powder form can be taken before, after, and during a workout. She says 3 to 5 grams of monohydrate creatine in powder form is most effective and recommends it be third-party tested. She notes creatine may not be safe for certain people with medical conditions and can have side effects. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Members of the Texas National Guard have arrived in the Chicago area.
In a post on X, Texas Governor Greg Abbott confirmed that service members are on the ground and ready to go. This comes as protests have erupted in Chicago in response to increased ICE activity. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker continues to slam President Trump over what he calls his unconstitutional invasion of the city. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast, welcome, a Thursday here. As we roll toward the weekend. Yeah, I mentioned some racing headlines. I saw a post where, like many are kind of criticizing NASCAR's, the championship, which we're now in the midst where you started with 16, then it was the 12 down to 8, determining who's going to be the season champion. Many say it's a flawed system. The ratings say a lot of people actually not really caring about tuning in. Apparently, if I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, Petty's post something along the lines, it is not a one-race championship, because essentially when you get down to the final 4 drivers that final weekend, one of those 4 ultimately will be the champion. It's not a one-race championship. It's not a 4-race championship. It's 36 weeks of racing. The champion should be the best driver. Week in, week out of 36 weeks of racing. Which, that's the way it used to be. Obviously, Richard, I guess you'd say he's kind of old school, right? But that was the premise of being a champion. It's an entire season of consistency. That was the message from the late great Dale Earnhardt Sr. It's not necessarily about winning every weekend, but it's about being consistent, being in the top 5, the top 10, week in, week out. And the points add up. And a few wins along the way is always a good thing, but it's about consistency. All right, other industry headlines before we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Word from FreightWave's San Diego trucking company Epic Lightning Fast Service, LLC, will permanently close operations, lay off 116 employees at the end of the month. They filed a WARN notice in California notifying employees the company will shut down October 31. Epic Lightning Fast Service said in their letter addressed to the state's WARN Act coordinator that 8 dispatchers, 3 administrative assistants, 105 delivery associates would be let go at the end of the month. The carrier hauled interstate general freight, operated 59 power units, according to the Safer website. Their closure following Fresno, California carrier TGS Transportation, which shut down operations at the end of July after 40 years in the transportation business due to what they said was challenging market conditions facing the industry as a whole. And that was another, we're kind of suspecting many carriers, some smaller, some maybe of this caliber, who've been relying on many drivers that do not have English language proficiency. Maybe filing bankruptcy may be forthcoming for a number of those carriers in the coming weeks and months here. Meanwhile, I think Roy, somebody had forwarded this my way this past day. Can't remember who it was. Apparently there was a list compiled of truck stops around the country, places you probably don't want to stop. Obviously, this was from a media outlet in the state of Illinois. It says if you're a truck driver, you know that you face the dangers of the road, but you also know when and where you stop can be vital to your health as well. That's why a new list showing truck stops across America that drivers say are just too dangerous. It's kind of a must-read list. I'll have to search and see if I can find the entirety. 3 of those stops are indeed in the state of Illinois. It is a rather compelling read shared recently on Reddit that show truck stops where drivers are advised to avoid by a security company called L Brands Asset Protection. He said, I indeed verified that they are the real deal and they really do provide security for many of these trucking companies that are affected by theft and damage. But in the state of Illinois, they list the Pilot Travel Center, East St. Louis, Illinois. They list the Flying J Travel Center on Racehorse Drive in Allerton, Illinois. Not really familiar with where that is. They list the Road Ranger on California Avenue in Chicago. The list claimed that these 3 Illinois stops have had reports of either danger to drivers, their loads, or both. Now, this guy said, I don't recall ever stopping at any of these Illinois truck stops, but have enough truck drivers that are in my circle of friends and family that feel it is important this information gets shared to all drivers so you can make informed decisions about where and when you stop. I guess you could probably sensibly pick out the big cities that are high on the crime list. I'll do my due diligence and pull up that. But I guarantee there's going to be truck stops, locations, say in Memphis, in Baltimore, in Chicago. You know the drill. Just dangerous places to begin with. Gilligan, what's happening?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just driving up 81, eating Marisa cups. Yeah, I tell you, I used to pull skateboard around Chicago years ago. I don't miss being anywhere near that city. Well, I tell you what, there's some pretty shady truck stops there, especially that TA there in Gary on the Indiana side. I don't miss Chicagoland one bit. Steve, I was trying to remember the quote from Harry Truman last night towards the end of the show. I finally found it. This is how he felt about politicians when he was president. In fact, I'll get to that in a minute, too. And he hit the nail on the head. Show me a man that gets rich by being a politician, and I'll show you a crook. Now, is that not true or not?
I'd pretty much hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, well, as a lot of your listeners knows, Harry Truman took the presidency over from Franklin Delano Roosevelt upon his death after his 4th inauguration in 1945. Some of your listeners may not know this, but actually, when Harry Truman was sworn into office, there were some grumblings and questions of whether they should inform the new president, believe it or not, about the Manhattan Project. Harry Truman was vice president, and he didn't even know about the building of the atomic bomb. That's how secret that program was. I always thought that was an interesting bit of history, that even Harry Truman didn't know about it. We're talking about this release of the prisoners by Hamas, the Israeli prisoners. You know, it's downright sickening that to get their, quote, prisoners back, which were civilians, and how many of them, they say there's only, 20 of them left alive? Think of how many that died in captivity under Hamas.
Yep.
And they're civilians. Israel has got to give up real terrorists, Palestinian Hamas terrorists that actually have convicted of terrorism just to get 20 civilians back, let alone the, a couple hundred that they killed in captivity? You might as well say they murdered them. This kind of, to me, harpens back of a soldier that actually defected during the Afghanistan war. I'm sure you'll remember Bergdahl, or however you pronounce his name. He left his post. I can't think of the term for it, but anyway, he left his post, was captured by the Taliban, and was held in captivity for 5 years. I'm sure you remember that story. And he was released in 2014, and he was finally released, and Obama was this is so great. But if I'm not mistaken, that we had to give up 5 of Al-Qaeda's top lieutenants out of Guantanamo Bay to get one man back that was actually a traitor to our country. And when he defected, he was, if I'm not mistaken, a Spec 4, just barely above a private. Now, because of the points he'd accumulated, while in captivity, he was promoted to staff sergeant. And I remember seeing the interview with his father, because his father was going to speak for him, because, quote, Bo was having trouble speaking the English language. I mean, this kind of stuff, new. It's ridiculous how we have bowed down to these terrorists. I don't know what the answer is, because they're going to keep doing what they're doing, and we do have to get our people back. We do have to protect the innocent, but there's got to be a better way to fight the terrorists. I don't know what it is, because let's face it, these people, their whole goal in life is to die for Allah, and go on to get their 72 virgins. I tell you, Steve, these kind of stories just has always upset me, but it's the world we live in. And if you read back in history and read the Bible, even read the Quran for that matter, these wars have been going on since the beginning of time, really. It does go back to the Old Testament. I want to touch on something else. The story on the cup. I always call it Winston Cup. It's no longer Winston Cup, but the Cup Series. How they're talking about rechanging the point system. You realize that actually this will be the 3rd change in the Cup Series system if they do? I don't know whether you're aware of that or not.
No, sir.
And in 1974 was the last year for the old system. And if I remember the story right, it's been some years since I've read it, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this, that the amount of points you was awarded for a race was based on your number of winnings for the year. Something happened to Richard Petty one race, and he I think his motor blowed or whatever, and he finished like 35th or something, which back in 1974 was just unheard of for Richard Petty. And he was winning race though tomorrow. I mean, look, I'm not mistaken, still, I don't keep up with Cup anymore. Not mistaken, still, I don't keep up with Cup anymore. But to win 3 consecutive, and he won 76, 77, and 78. And Richard won his last championship in 79. So when they went to the new format of the, of the 4 races, 12 and 8 and
the whole
4 now it's
championship
16.
thing.
Yep. That's actually the 3rd version of the championship in Cup. I'm a little bit of a history buff, as some of your listeners know, and some of the people that know me personally. And I don't care for Cup anymore. I was a diehard Terry Labonte fan, especially in the 90s when you could watch it every Sunday or every Saturday night. Before that, it was hard to watch. I remember watching ABC Wild World of Sports in the late 70s, and I'd get all happy just because they'd show a little bit of a Cup race on it. You remember them? You remember them days, Steve?
I do.
They do. Yeah, they do a little bit of Cup race, and then they go over to skiing or figure skating or something. And it's like you had to sit through 20 minutes of something you had no interest in just so you could watch 20 minutes of the Cup race.
Yep.
It was that goes back a long ways. Hey, at least we wasn't the guy that in the credits, when they did the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, when the guy went off the ski jump and the poor man had lost it and bounced. Do you remember that clip?
I can't say I remember that one.
Oh, yeah. When they did the introduction, you remember the thrill of victory
agony
and
of
the
defeat.
agony of defeat.
The wide, wide world of sports.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. I watched it many a time as a kid. Of course, me and you's only a couple years apart. I believe your birthday's coming up next week on the 15th, which is ironic. My wife's birthday is also October 15th. She's a couple years. You're junior.
Okay.
Yep.
Rub it in.
Well,
Go
Steve.
ahead.
Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, one thing for darn sure. Retirement is a whole lot closer than high school. Heatwave had his class reunion a few weeks ago. Mine's coming up this weekend, and it's my 40th class reunion too.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think. I know I don't have 40 years ahead of me of life. I'm sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So high school's a lot farther away than today. I'm not only hanging up the keys, hopefully I hang up the keys and then later pass on. But, yeah, we never know. Well, I hope everybody has a safe night. I'm going to hop on off here. Hopefully I made a little bit of sense tonight.
All right. Good.
Take care.
Thank you much, Gilligan. Good to hear from you. All right. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, emissions, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Back at it here. We were talking about the dangerous truck stops. The list of locations in the U.S. Where trucks should not stop left a lot of people kind of stunned. Many wondering over how they haven't ever considered that before. But if you think that being a truck driver is just driving for a long, long time, think again. Now, this was a piece put together for the general populace. I mean, if you're a driver, you know. But there's a lot of risks to the job. While accidents are absolutely among them, there are certainly not limited to that. You have to think about the loneliness, not to mention the long-term health effects that the job has. But there's another more immediate risk. Picture you're driving along a long way from anywhere, in charge of thousands, potentially tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of cargo. It doesn't take a lot of worldly knowledge to make the leap of what kind of people or groups that might make you a magnet for. For example, you may have seen two trucks reversed up to each other so that the back ends are nearly touching. That is a tactic to block access to the doors, protect the cargo while the drivers sleep. Another tactic includes advising employees of dangerous or risky locations. That list goes, of course, by state, includes specific truck stops which the company in question has deemed to be at risk to their employees and their cargo. Yeah, we're not just talking about opportunistic petty criminals here trying their luck. Yeah, these are areas where organized crime is known to present a particular danger. Needless to say, that's not something you want to deal with if you're out on the road all by your lonesome, right? All right, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump confirms Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his peace plan. The initial breakthrough came today with Secretary of State Marco Rubio delivering a note to Trump, urging him to announce it first. Trump posted on Truth Social that all hostages will be released soon, and Israeli troops will pull back to an agreed line. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is open to passing legislation that would allow military members and critical FAA air traffic controllers to be paid during the shutdown.
According to the Speaker of the House, the government needs to reopen by October 13th for the nation's 1.3 million military members to get paid. He says he's monitoring the matter on a day-by-day basis, and he adds that officials want to make sure our troops are paid. Johnson's consideration of legislation that would ensure pay for military members and ATC controllers comes as some airports are already reporting delays because of staffing shortages. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medishare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medishare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I do see right on the heels of the Cracker Barrel debacle, the rebranding and remodeling of locations, which they got the message from their constituents and reversed course. I don't know. What do you think? Long John Silver's, the nautical-themed fast food chain, had just unveiling a new logo that removes all reference to their signature seafood, a move that some experts say could spark a Cracker Barrel-style customer backlash. With 485 locations around the country, they have swapped The pale red fish swimming above their name in the most recent logo for a golden chicken, they've modified to the name, adding the words chicken and seafood below the Long John Silver's in the new logo. Analysts tell the Daily Mail the chain's reboot kind of echoes Cracker Barrel's rebranding back in August that ultimately saw the restaurant chain reverse course on their $700 million overhaul due to widespread customer backlash. Now, they say Jerry Thomas, the CEO of the analytics firm Decision Analysts that works with restaurants, told the outlet there's absolutely no reason to picture a chicken as part of the Long John Silver's logo and signage. It makes you wonder if Long John Silver's did the necessary research to evaluate the reactions of customers to such a radical change. Named after a character in Robert Louis Stevenson's 1883 book, Treasure Island, Long John Silver's, founded in Lexington, Kentucky, 1969, building that brand around the nautical themes of coastal New England. They had grown to more than 1,500 locations by the 1980s, had established themselves as the place for the one to go for fish. Before years of declining sales, ownership changes, bankruptcy protection in 1998, company executives reportedly decided it's time to modernize the brand to make it more inviting, they say. We are a 56-year-old brand, but some of our restaurants look like they're 75 years old, according to the senior vice president of marketing. We need to update to be more inviting, and it is costly. But the return, they believe, will be fantastic. Part of the brand refresh reportedly included testing a new chicken menu items like a $6 basket and strip-style offerings. He said, guests have been telling us for years that our chicken is actually our best-kept secret. I said, not everyone likes fish. Yeah, the addition of a limited number of chicken items on the Long John Silver's menu might be a good idea. Now, he cautioned the decision to rebrand with a focus on chicken would be dangerous, ill-advised. Yeah, chances are high that Long John Silver's customers will be turned off by the new logo and the signage. In a statement obtained by the Daily Mail, a company spokesperson said they are not shifting away from their heritage, which is pretty much the same thing Cracker Barrel said, right? Long John Silver's has been well known for our fish for decades. But we want to recognize another one of our fan favorite offerings, of course, our chicken. What do you think? Chicken and seafood, Long John Silver's. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Live and learn, as they say. Hey, would that be the right-wing nut?
Yes, right. Right-wing nut, yeah. I tell you what, the only foul thing I find about Long John Silver's is not that there's a chicken. I never seen a chicken on top of Long John's shoulders. It was always a parrot. So, if you're going to have culturally appropriate items there, fried fricassee, parrot. Yeah, no, that don't make no damn sense. Neither does them rebranding that as a chicken shack over a fish shack. Dad, I tell you what. I need to find me a better brand of cigars or a higher octane adult beverage out here. Have you seen the California version, the white Stacey Abrams, recently?
I can't say that I have, no.
Okay, well, this heifer's running for governor of the state of
Californication. I think that's what that is. Anyways, she cut off an interview because the interviewer was doing a thing that most of them people don't do outside of Fox, which is be journalist. She was asking her questions about her plans and policies and what she was going to do to make California better, and was asked if she was going to go for the 40% of the population that voted for Trump. And she said she didn't need their votes. And then that journalist, I'll use that term loosely, but she was acting like one, was asking her follow-up questions to that.
Yeah.
Now, this is the same woman who's been in the Senate, I guess, of the United States of the America, and she didn't make any friends up in D.C., and she sure as hell ain't making friends there. And she caught COVID and blamed one of her staff members and promptly fired him for her getting COVID. Apparently, she poured boiling hot potato water on her soon-to-be ex-husband at the time. And, she's not really a nice person. But then again, I don't know, you get around Sacramento and Los Angeles and Hollywood. Hang on a second. Yeah, she's just not a savvy person, and not very
Hello, right-wing nut. Gone. Not a very savvy person, I got that much. All right, 844-844-3388. Yeah, rolling through the hills of who knows where. About 18 before the hour. All right, we have talked ad nauseum over the years about the catch and release. Now, I guess that would be for immigration. What is this? Arrest and release. No bail. Just arrested for a crime, back on the street before the law enforcement even has the paperwork done. Right? From the state of Indiana, the man accused of stabbing a 69-year-old at a gas station has ignited outrage after records reveal the staggering criminal history. We're talking nearly 100 prior arrests with little to show in way of punishment. 41-year-old Courtney Booz was arrested after the alleged gas station stabbing, according to the Lawrence Police Department and Fox 59, which reported that Booz has been arrested 99 times over the years on charges ranging from theft, trespassing, to battery. Despite that record, court documents reviewed by Fox Digital show he's never served a day in state prison. The long paper trail through Marion County courts paints a picture of a man repeatedly cycling through the system. Public filings list dozens of convictions and dismissals spanning more than 2 decades, mostly low-level felonies and misdemeanors, theft, criminal trespass, panhandling. Even when convicted, he typically receives short county jail terms or time served. One 2019 case included a battery resulting in bodily injury charge, which was later dismissed in a plea deal, and a conviction for misdemeanor theft that earned him just 2 months behind bars. In 2020, and again in 2022, pleading guilty to felony trespass, sentenced to county jail time already served. Indianapolis FOP President Rick Snyder blasting the situation as proof that the repeat offenders are being turned back to the streets faster than officers can arrest them. This is exactly what we've been warning about, he says. You got somebody with 99 arrests accused now of stabbing an elderly man. He's never seen prison time. prosecutors recently downgraded his latest charge from attempted murder to aggravated battery, a level 3 felony, reducing his potential prison exposure from up to 40 years to what would now be a maximum of 16, being held in the Marion County Jail on a $50,000 bond. What is the number of times somebody in a black robe, a.k.a. a judge, says, you know what? I think this guy's not getting it. Critics argue that Bose's record highlights problematic catch-and-release justice, where habitual offenders face little deterrent. In deep blue San Francisco, residents protested Troy McAllister's bid to swap prison time for a drug rehabilitation program just years after he allegedly plowed down, killing 2 pedestrians there. 91 felonies, 2 deaths. No more chances were the signs being held up out of the Hall of Justice in San Francisco. Yeah, the judge chose politics over public safety. The case of McAllister, 50 years old, has been a lightning rod of restorative justice reform, forcing elected officials to confront whether policies meant to show compassion to offenders actually puts the public at risk. McAllister was on parole December 31 of 2020 when he drove a stolen car while intoxicated, ran a red light, killing 2 people. 91 felonies over the course of his multi-decades career in San Francisco. I mean, we don't think someone should be given infinite chances to ultimately correct course. How much? Yeah, what is the magic number? So I guess his next arrest will be that magical 100? What's wrong with the system?
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, quickly. Meanwhile, Larry, our good afternoon, hammer down Larry there in New York, forwarded my way an update out of Pennsylvania. 2 state troopers shot this past evening responding to a call in south central Pennsylvania. This occurred in the area of Interstate 81 southbound at exit 3. Franklin County, PA. The troopers shot during an exchange of gunfire. The two were taken to local hospitals. One of the suspects was also shot. Condition of those involved not released. State police didn't offer much detail about the nature of the incident, saying more details will be released later. They did say no threat to the public. There was a statement posted to social media from the governor, Josh Shapiro, stating that he and the First Lady, Lori, are praying for the troopers. So indeed, prayers for those involved there in southern Pennsylvania tonight. Meanwhile, Brother Rambler checks in. Morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God, and hello, God's children listening to us far and wide, all over the United States and all over this wonderful land. We're so glad to be on the air with you tonight, whether you're listening to us up there in the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, or all the way on the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. We're live, loud, and in living color, and Steve, welcome back. I don't know exactly when you come back to be with us, and I know you had a lot of things going on, and God bless your family. I know it's been tough. I've been praying for your mother. I know it's really affected her pretty bad. I'm taking it Uncle Fred has went home to be with the Lord.
No, sir. I was back last night. He's fighting, Rambler. He's fighting. It's unbelievable.
Well, I want to tell you, I'll be doing well, for those of you who don't know, and that follow Determined Ministries Church, which, by the way, we go live every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. We weren't live this past Sunday. I've got to go to a ear, nose, and throat appointment at 10:30 to get my vocal cords looked at because my voice has just been shot. So, but we've been praying for a lady named Sue Blackwell for 32 months. We've been praying for her. And she's battled cancer for 32 months, multiple myeloma. That's cancer that gets in your bones, it starts eating your holes and stuff like that in your bones. And she would get it into remission, Steve, and she would ring the bell and think everything's all right, and it would just come back aggressively.
Wow.
Come to find out, she had a mutation in her DNA which prevented her body from going into remission. I mean, they attacked this thing with T cells. I mean, every kind of experiment you can get, she got. And she fought for 32 months. And October 5th, the Lord called her home. It's been a real tough time, real tough journey. But it is my honor, and I got asked by the family, and I'll be traveling on the 19th of October to go do this. The family has asked me to officiate her celebration of life services, which I gladly have accepted to do. I'm very honored to be able to do that for them. And for those of you who have heard Sue Blackwell's name called out every Sunday that follows us, I want to thank you all for praying for her, and I want you to keep praying for Uncle Fred as well. And that's all we can do is fight. I love it, Steve, when someone questions me and said, what kind of God do you serve that will allow people to just sit here and suffer like this? That's no God I want to be a part of. And I say to them, we serve a merciful God. We serve a loving God. We serve a God that is full of grace and mercy. And God made, Steve, our bodies are designed really to live forever. But when sin entered into this world, and sin entered into this world by Adam disobeying God. Yeah, Eve played her part. She definitely did. But when Adam openly disobeyed God is when sin entered into this world. Now, do I believe in healings? Yes. It says it in the Bible. Multiple people have been healed. Jairus' daughter, she got healed. I mean, they left Jesus to scorn because they hired mourners to mourn the 11-year-old girl's death, and Jesus went in there and said, hey, she's not dead, she's asleep. And she rose from the dead. Guess what? She still died. Lazarus, dead for 4 days. He rose from the dead. Where is he at now? He's died. The deaf, dumb, and mute, the demon-possessed people, they're all dead. God's children, death is inevitable. We will face it. You may get a healing, but you're still going to have to face death. It's inevitable. You will face it. We all will have to face it. It's where you spend eternity. That's the second death. I chose to spend eternity with Jesus Christ, Steve. That's my choice. And that's why I get up here behind God's secret desk, and I'm going to get my throat looked at, my vocal cords looked at, and to see why my voice keeps on cracking and everything, and why my voice gets shoddy, and I can't hardly speak or anything like that. So I can still stand behind God's sacred desk and proclaim the good news of the gospel of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So, but other than that, Steve, we're still praying for Uncle Fred. God bless him. You know, by someone that says, hey, take me to the doctor. I want to try this this therapy. You know, that shows you right there that he wants to fight. He wants to live. So let's keep on praying for Fred, and listen, miracles happen every day, and I'm praying for a miracle. Did I hear Gilligan take his mouth to the toilet? I could have swore I heard Gilligan.
It was a slip. It was a slip.
Oh, Gilligan needs to get some toilet paper and wipe that potty mouth. And so does Right Wing Nut, too. I heard a little slip from him, too. I guess what we would call that, since he used that colorful metaphor to describe poo-poo, it would be
shish kebab.
Sharded.
Okay.
Sharded himself on air.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, I know you're coming up on the break, and I'm going to let you go. And God's children, thank you so much for supporting the show, Steve Sommers, The Overnight Drive. Thank you so much for supporting us at Determined Ministries Church. I love you all out there, and I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Roll Tide Roll. We'll talk to you later. Bye, Steve.
All righty. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is confirming Israel and Hamas have signed off on the first phase of the peace plan. Trump later posted, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace.
I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday.
Phase 1 is the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners being held by Israel. The Democrats in the Colorado congressional delegation are pleading to talk with Republicans to end the shutdown, but they say they're not getting anywhere.
House Republicans are blaming Senate Democrats for the shutdown. Senator Hickenlooper was asked whether it would be easier to negotiate with President Trump at this point.
I wouldn't rule anything out, but certainly without the support of the Speaker of the House, it's hard to get anything done.
Congressman Joe Neguse says Dems remain firm. They want enhanced federal health insurance tax credits extended.
Work with us in good faith and negotiate an agreement that ultimately reopens the government and addresses the healthcare crisis.
Republicans say Democrats want illegal immigrants to get health care and it's a non-starter for them. Dems say that's not true. I'm Rob Dawson.
Johnson & Johnson is being ordered to pay nearly $1 billion after being found liable for a woman's cancer death.
Maymore died of mesothelioma in 2021. Her family claims her death was caused by the asbestos fibers found in Johnson & Johnson's talc baby powder. A jury in Los Angeles on Monday ordered the company to pay the family $16 million in compensatory damages and $950 million in punitive damages. A spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson called the verdict egregious and unconstitutional and says they plan to appeal. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1 point, the S&P 500 gained 39 points, and the Nasdaq rose by 255 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The 2025 Nobel Prize in Chemistry has been awarded to a trio of scientists on 3 separate continents.
Omar Yagi from the University of California, Berkeley, Susumu Kitagawa of Japan's Kyoto University, and Richard Robson from the University of Melbourne, Australia, are recognized for the development of metal organic frameworks. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Researchers suggest that the West Coast is overdue for a 1-2 punch from the 2 largest earthquake faults.
Geologists with the U.S. Geological Survey expect the San Andreas Fault, which cuts through California from the Mexican border to Eureka, and the Cascadia Subduction Zone off the coasts of Northern California, Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia could produce back-to-back earthquakes of magnitude 9 or higher. They say when that happens, there will be hundreds of billions of dollars in damage and widespread death. I'm Phil Hewlett.
Rock and roll legend Gene Simmons is recovering at home after he was involved in a car crash in California.
The 76-year-old KISS frontman was involved in a crash on Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu on Tuesday afternoon. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says his SUV slammed into a parked car. He told deputies he passed out and fainted. Simmons' wife Shannon Tweed tells KNBC-TV his SUV careened across several lanes of traffic before the collision. He was hospitalized to be checked out, then sent home. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let's get our final hour underway here. Let me see. It's 844-844-3388. So the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, making his second trip to the White House on Tuesday. What they called a jocular press conference, a working lunch with President Trump, but ultimately pretty much came away with no concessions on trade or tariffs. Some of Carney's supporters and left-wing activists thought this meeting was a bit too jocular. As Carney, who supposedly has a, quote, non-binary child, remains silent, while Trump was making fun of the woke, transsexual agenda. A horrified UK Daily Mail compared Carney to a shrieking teen at a Taylor Swift concert as he was heaping praise on President Trump to supposedly butter him up. As the Mail said, Carney actually managed to blow so much smoke at Trump that even the ego-rich president couldn't listen anymore. That had to be a first. It actually interrupts him with a joke about a merger of the U.S. and Canada. James was referring to the laugh-out-loud moment from the Trump-Carney press conference when Carney was in the midst of kind of listing the most momentous achievement from Trump's second term in office thus far. The transformation in the economy, unprecedented commitments of NATO partners for defense spending, peace from India and Pakistan, dismantling Iran as a force of terror. Carney was about to name what he saw as the most important item on Trump's agenda when the president interjected the merger of Canada and the United States, to which Carney responded, that's not where I was going, which garnered laughter throughout the room. Where he was actually going was Trump's efforts to work out a ceasefire deal in Gaza. Trump was quite complimentary of Carney, praising him as a world-class leader, a good man doing a great job for his country. Asked by a reporter why he found it so difficult to reach a bilateral trade agreement with such a good man, Trump lobbed back another zinger. Because I want to be a great man, too. Trump made an interesting point about his trade dispute with Canada by noting its close proximity to the U.S., the long history of economic ties between the two, which makes it crucial to see eye to eye on major issues like the steel and automotive industries. The problem we have, according to Trump, is they want a car company and I want a car company. They want steel. We want steel. Carney countered by arguing that competition doesn't have to mean conflict, although those concepts tend to run together when discussing the intersection of government trade policies and massive industries. There are areas where we compete. It's in those areas where we have to come to an agreement that works, but there's more areas where we're stronger together, according to the Canadian Prime Minister. Trump was generally upbeat about the progress of trade talks, mending fences with Canada, at one point grabbing Carney in a metaphorical bear hug by announcing Canada has agreed to collaborate with the U.S. on the Golden Dome Defense Initiative. Well, Ottawa doesn't really see that as a done deal just yet. Signing on, you're using a technical term of contract law. Nobody put the contract in front of us, according to the Canadian Trade Minister, trying to explain after the press conference. We told the Americans we want to be a security and defense partner, and the Golden Dome is absolutely part of that conversation. Royal Canadian Air Force Major General J.D. Smith, Canada's top commander in the North American Aerospace Command, tells the Globe and Mail that Ottawa is very much interested in teaming up with Washington for enhanced defenses against the growing threat of polar attacks, especially the new generation of hypersonic missiles. He did say Canada has already committed almost $40 billion to modernize their radars, sensors, and weapons to prepare for the creation of a system like the Golden Dome. So even with that second meeting now in the books, doesn't look like they've really come to terms at this point on a trade agreement, any sort of a solid deal. All right, we had I guess we lost reception. Back to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut. Yeah. Hey, if I used a four-letter term for shish kebab earlier, I do apologize with hat in hand. I didn't realize I'd said that. It's amazing, though, how we can keep in contact. Goddammit. What an object in space the size of less than a hair's width or like a dust. But we can't keep a signal here on terra firma. It's just amazing. Yeah, that woman I was talking about there in California, the white version of Stacey Abrams, she can't handle the fire in the kitchen, so to speak, because when she's asked questions and then follow-up questions to her plans to run California, she runs away. Now, she's fired one of her underlings because she said she caught the COVID from one of her staff workers, so she fired her. And then she got into an argument, heated argument, no pun intended, with her husband at the time, and tossed boiling potato water on him. But you didn't hear much about that on the news. And a lot of the other these things you hear, you know, criminals getting away with criminal acts 100 times over. You know, one thing that'll take care of that is a double tap to the back of the head. No fuss, little bit of muss, but I guarantee you that criminal won't be acting again like they've been doing. Now, if it was a conservative that was doing all these bad and evil deeds, you know it'd be all over the radio. So they still trying to protect the left, and then they literally crucify the right. So I tell you, well, King Jeffries was in a discussion with another conservative there outside the halls, and the conservative was pressuring Hakeem Jeffries about their prior statements to the other potential shutdowns, and here they are doing one. And Hakeem Jeffries said the same thing that Presley woman, that bald-headed woman, I guess she's got some kind of issues, told Republican, told him to keep that name out of his mouth, and that's basically what Hakeem Jeffries told this other old boy. Don't talk to him. Keep something out of his mouth, It's like, well, I think the average American, and there ain't too many of us out here, but I think we're average, we can see the hypocrisy of the left. They're touting free speech, but when it comes to the other side, it's shut your mouth and don't mention this name or this project
right.
and whatnot. Yeah. So, but this idea that they want to fund money to illegal aliens for health care, they say, oh, we didn't say that. Well, how many damn clips do you need to pull out of history for them saying that that's what they want? That woman out of California that could stop bird manure in midair, whatever her name is, can't think of it now, but she said, we want it for all people. Okay, well, if it's all people, that includes illegal aliens.
100%.
New Mexico. Damn it. They went ahead and got into their funds for rainy days to cover the health care and the food stamps for illegal aliens. Why? Hell, if I were to go to any other country and say, well, I'm planting my flag here, and now I want you to give me all I'm supposed to be getting, they'd laugh my hind end out of that country going, but you don't speak our language, and you are able to get a job, but you don't do that, and hell, you ain't even got here legally. So they would send my hind end to prison, then after that, I'm sure I'd be deported back to the country of origin. And, we got so many people out here that just, they hate this country. They hate everything it stands for. And when you tell them, well, why don't you go someplace? They look at you like that's the most stupidest thing they ever heard. Well, hell, if you don't like this country and hate what it stands for, what are you doing standing here freely talking about it? No one's censoring you, and no one for sure keeping you here. So get up, get out, and be gone. And I tell you what, all these judges out there that are letting these career criminals go, maybe what ought to happen is this. If they keep on letting that particular individual go, then maybe all the judges, they need to do the time for the crime committed by the individual and see how much they would like that to happen. And for all those women out there at school board meetings and whatnot that are saying, school board members are saying, boys can be in girls' restrooms. Well, I tell you what, I think what I'd like to do is go ahead and follow one of them women into the ladies' room and hear how much they squawk and gripe and complain and yell at me to get out. And my response would be, well, you got a problem with kids being in bathrooms with each other, so why should you be offended by my presence? Now scoot over, woman, I got to drop a deuce.
All right, there's the right-wing nut. Emphasis on the nut. All right, I meant to ask Philip there in Florida about this. From the Sunshine State, Publix, one of the largest grocery chains. Now they're now allowing customers to openly carry guns in their stores. After a recent state court ruling, Florida's open carry restrictions were lifted last month after the First District Court of Appeal struck down the state's longstanding ban, saying it was unconstitutional. The decision allows adults to openly carry guns in public while giving private businesses the option to prohibit open carry on their property. Publix, which operates more than 900 stores in Florida, has chosen to allow open carry. According to employees contacted by news outlets, including the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Calls to stores in South and Central Florida confirmed customers are being told they may openly carry guns inside, consistent with the new law. Spokeswoman Lindsay Willis provided a statement to the Sun-Sentinel explaining their position. As of September 25, 2025, Florida law allows the open carry of firearms. Publix follows all federal, state, and local laws. The statement concluded that threatening or erratic behavior involving anyone at its stores would result in a request for law enforcement support. Customer reactions mixed. Former Sunrise City Commissioner said she supports the Second Amendment, but is now going to avoid Publix. Open carry in a grocery store or in a mall will frighten people. Publix is not an establishment that I or my family will now be patronizing, she says. Fort Lauderdale resident and private investigator Anna Campos expressed a different view, saying she might feel safer seeing responsible gun owners in the stores. If there's a problem, they'll be there before the police show up. Publix customers who contacted the company received email responses reiterating the supermarket chain follows federal, state, and local laws. Store managers may call law enforcement if a customer's behavior is deemed threatening or unsafe. Quite interesting, but all right, yes, you've got responsible gun owners there. If somebody wants to get goofy, you know what? You're going to be met with safe, honest, law-abiding citizens, probably, I would assume, trained how to use their weapons. I would actually feel safer in that circumstance.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Got us a Friday Eve, we like to call it. One day closer to the greatest day of the week, which will be Friday. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. It's a totally terrific Thursday there. I woke up, called in the show, realized it was the loneliest hour, and I figured, man, I need to just hang the phone back up. So, but I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. Did Gilligan say the shish kebab word?
It was a slip. It was not really like he didn't. He said what he meant to say, but it sounded like it came out that way at first. Yes.
I've been accused of that myself, saying that. I always just say I'm sorry and go on about it. Don't worry about it. Well, matter of fact, I said it and you got on to me about it, Ty. And I apologized and went on down the road.
Right.
You know. And I'm gonna tell that woman. Let me tell you something. I like what Billy Bob Thornton said, "Land man." We're all packing heat. That's why we wave at each other. If you got
Hey, what's going on, Knuckle Buster? What happened there? Sound like he's got some, I don't know, some sort of an interference with the system. That's a bizarre one. Sounded like another line cutting in. All right, well, thanks for checking in there, Knuckle Buster. So I guess he got some decent sleep this Thursday morning. All right, a couple minutes before news break, opportunity to update on Portland. Yeah, even though a federal appeals court yesterday overturned a judge's order that had blocked President Trump from calling National Guard troops into federal service, he's still barred from deploying them for the time being, they tell us. In a brief order Wednesday, a 3-judge panel, the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, said their decision best preserves the status quo. Now, the panel will be hearing arguments actually today, Thursday, on whether to pause the district judge's order while the administration's appeal is pending. The effect of granting an administrative stay preserves the status quo in which the National Guard members have been federalized but not deployed, according to the judges. Defendants have not appealed or challenged the second temporary restraining order, and it is not before us, they said. Now, the individual judge last Friday granting Oregon officials a restraining order after President Trump ordered Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to send Oregon National Guard troops into Portland. When the president later sought to deploy California troops instead, the judge blocked that move as well with a ruling issued Sunday night. The Trump administration pressed the appeals court to act by Monday, arguing the initial judge had impermissibly second-guessed the president's military decisions. We'll see where that goes. So arguments will be heard today by the 9th Circuit. We'll see where it goes there. Meanwhile, let's get a news update. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his peace plan. That means the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners being held by Israel. Trump posted, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. President Trump is suggesting that some furloughed government employees could receive back pay while others may not.
Trump's comments follow a memo from the Office of Management and Budget, which raised the possibility that federal workers may not be entitled to back pay from their time off during the government shutdown. The president says, quote, it really depends on who you're talking about, when asked about compensation for furloughed workers, and he blamed Democrats for putting their jobs in jeopardy. Despite uncertainty regarding back pay eligibility, President Trump added that, quote, for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Picking up where we left off there. I don't know, you ended up out in the middle of nowhere, some way or another. Knucklebuster, welcome back.
I appreciate it, Mr. Steve Summers, for holding me over there. I know you didn't hang up on me, so I had to go in my settings there and get rid of some of that Bluetooth that was bouncing around between the 2 or 3 dang headsets. Dang headsets I had in this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
talk about people with big egos there. Yeah, Trump's got a big ego. I can guarantee you that. A lot of you callers have got big egos too, especially knuckle busters. Man, it's hard not to have a big ego. And I want to know something. I wish he would specify what kind of love he has for me, Steve. You know, there's three types of love. Agape love, which is God love. Philadelphia love, which is brotherly love. And an Eros love. So I just want to know which kind he's got for me, because the first one, he ain't God. Second one, he ain't woman enough to love me. So I'm hoping it's just brotherly love.
I believe that is the case. Yes, brotherly love.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to specify that. All right, man. I'm going through Slick Willie country over here. I'll give that William Jefferson Clinton, the presidential library over here, the middle finger when I drive by. I wish they'd have put it up there in New York, but that's just the way it is. So, all right, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm going to ease on through here and get on to Memphis. Go on.
Rolling down the highway, waiting for the weekend. Scrapyard, let me see here. See if I can. Morning, Scrapyard, what's happening?
What is happening, Gavin? Almost back to the depot. Hill Knucklebuster, I'm just right down the road from you. I'm over here in Bryan on 30. They had a hell of a mess earlier in the evening. Apparently they had a deliberate act. Someone threw a big box of nails and screws out right here at the 430 interchange westbound, and people were blowing their tires out. Vehicles was getting sideways in the middle of I-30. This was like about 8 p.m., and they had a hell of a mess trying to get that cleaned up. And luckily they got the street sweeping machines out and got all the stuff picked up, because I had to just go right back across it over by the Love's truck stop. But yeah, that one thing that Trump, ace card that he has up his sleeve that the courts cannot touch, because of the violence that's been going on at these ICE facilities. All it's going to take is just one random attack with force. He can legally call out, because they're trying to block him on using the National Guard. He can call out the Marine Corps and to defend federal establishments, federal installations, that is. And if he's really in a tail-kicking mood, he can call out the Marine Special Forces, which is the Marine Raiders, and by his executive directive, I think the day before yesterday, that force will be met with overwhelming force, even deadly force. Mm-hmm. And he has that authority to call out the Marine Corps, which the court system cannot touch, because the Marine Corps is under the direct command of the president. Whereas the court system, it was set up that way, where a corrupt court system cannot overthrow a president.
You learn something new every day, Scrapyard. I don't know. This is all kind of uncharted territory, ain't it?
Yeah, well, they're talking about a violation of posse comitatus, which is not using the military for a police force, but in times of national emergency, it can be done legally. Uh-huh. And then the powers that be trying to tie Trump's hands and all that, and let the situation just get completely out of hand and end up with major cities burning and people shot and killed. And it's like that woman got that pointed a gun the other day. Was it out in California? She boxed in. Right. Boxed in those ICE agents and pointed a gun. Yeah, she got her ass lit up. And so it's just getting worse and all that. And, good folks are going to have to band together, and there's even credible threats for the holidays that are being posted on the dark web. Various security companies. It's like now down in Mexico, the cartels are already threatening massive attacks at all these tourist attractions that the cruise ships from up here go to. So if you're planning a cruise, forget it. Don't go down there because now it's just going completely to hell.
So a lot of online chatter and things like that. I don't know. Typically, we get warnings from, like the State Department, travel warnings, if there's anything that really stands out as a true threat.
In fact, they were talking about it. The Sinaloan cartel released a statement saying that there was going to be bloodshed because everything's going on. They're losing money, and now that a lot of the drug runner boats are being taken out of commission out there in the Gulf of America, getting the quote unquote inventory that they need and the supplies to make it, it's putting a squeeze on them, and things of that nature. It's just everything's going to hell in a handbasket real quick.
Yeah, I know the situation with Venezuela is kind of spiking. We had over the weekend. I had saved that story from Monday morning. President Trump had reportedly abruptly ended diplomatic efforts with Venezuela, a move that U.S. officials say could clear the way for potential military action against drug cartels or the government of President Maduro. Richard Grenell, Trump's special envoy who had been leading months of negotiations with Maduro, was directed last week to halt all talks after the president expressed frustration over Caracas's refusal to relinquish power and continues to deny any involvement in narcotics trafficking there. This decision reflects what they call a hardening U.S. stance. Secretary of State and acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio has labeled Maduro an illegitimate leader, a fugitive from American justice, citing a U.S. indictment on drug trafficking charges. Of course, the State Department had recently increased the reward for Maduro's capture to $50 million. Now, as we know, Washington has already intensified military operations, now having launched 4 strikes against boats smuggling drugs near Venezuelan waters. The most recent was last Friday, killing 4 narco-terrorists. A recent notice to Congress declared that the U.S. is in a formal armed conflict with drug cartels, labeling their members as unlawful combatants. The shift away from diplomacy marks kind of a victory for the hawks in the administration who argued that engagement was futile. In other words, discussions, you're not going anywhere, and it's just confusing. On the flip side of the coin, critics warn that expanding operations actually into Venezuelan territory or attempting regime change could risk dragging us into some sort of a prolonged conflict. One that the president has long vowed he would avoid. We'll see where it goes. Let me see. Well, that would be a negatory. I was going to say, Eagle, are you with us? He's sawing logs. I guess he's got a decent night's sleep. He woke up for a few minutes there. All right, and this is interesting. In his continued effort to steamroll conventional tactics and apply unprecedented innovation to running the federal government, President Trump said he's going to steer tariff revenue to the program that feeds infants to keep it operating during this government shutdown, the Women, Infants, and Children's Program, as we know as the WIC program. Even though its official name is the SNAP, the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, it was in danger and running out of cash due to the government shutdown. Well, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said Trump-style innovation would come to the rescue, stating in a post on X, the Democrats are so cruel in their contemptuous votes to shut down the government that they forced the WIC program for the most vulnerable women and children to run out this week. Thankfully, President Trump and the White House have identified a creative solution to transfer resources from Section 232 tariff revenue to this critical program. The Trump White House will not allow impoverished mothers and their babies to go hungry because of the Democrats' political games. The tariff revenue will cover WIC costs for the foreseeable future, according to a White House representative. WIC hands out debit cards that allow low-income women to purchase baby formula and foods like eggs, fruits, milk, vegetables, yogurt. The program cost $7.6 billion in the 2025 fiscal year. Now, they say the tariffs have brought in about $190 billion this year, much of which is under Section 232, which allowed Trump to say they were imposed for national security reasons. As often the case with Trump's unconventional approach to solving problems, CNN, they say, found someone to question whether this could actually be done. The policy director at the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget questioning whether this move might be legal without congressional approval. Yeah, the problem isn't that they don't have the money. He says the problem is that Congress hasn't told them they could spend it. When they contacted the White House for a response, they were simply referred to the press secretary's post. Even before the announcement linking tariff revenue with WIC, the Department of Agriculture had actually told state agencies last week that they would allocate up to $150 million in money to state WIC agencies to cover any shortfalls during this temporary government shutdown. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Every time I scroll through Facebook, social media, I've seen more of these frightening scenarios about this comet 31 Atlas, which I realize all of this is fictitious. I think, what do they call it? Clickbait. Trying to get people to click on the link, read their stories, which most of which are just 100% made up. I came across one here a little bit ago that says, suddenly 31 Atlas has disappeared. Some sort of a cloaking device, right? Like the Klingons, I suppose. But in a true scenario, they do tell us astronomers are kind of closing in on the age and the origin of 31 Atlas as it barrels toward the center of our solar system. A new study, they say, that models the last 4 million years of the comet's journey through the Milky Way hints that this interstellar visitor came from far, far away, potentially originating from the wild frontier where the galaxy's oldest and youngest stars meet. If that is the case, the comet may be a relic of the early galaxy. It could be dating back billions of years, possibly older than the Earth's sun. Yeah, first spotted late June, confirmed by NASA early July. As we know, truthfully, 31 Atlas is a peculiar comet with a staggering speed and a rather odd trajectory, indicating that it came from a solar system beyond our own. Just the third interstellar object ever detected. Previously, we'd had Oumuamua and more recently, Borisov. but it is the largest thus far. Recent estimates putting it somewhere between 3 and 7 miles wide. There was another one of those fictitious reports that said 31 Atlas is much larger than we originally thought. Something akin to 31,000 miles. You're right. People see that and said, that's 2 times the diameter of the whole planet. Either way, the visitor is currently taking a months-long sightseeing tour through the solar system. The close approach to Mars occurred this past Friday. It's going to make its closest swoop past the sun coming up October 30th, according to NASA. After that, it will head out toward interstellar space once again, passing Jupiter in March of next year, finally disappearing from view. The comet poses no threat to Earth. While the immediate trajectory is easy to predict, figure out where it came from, that is much more difficult. Traveling at about 130,000 miles per hour, a record for interstellar objects, the renegade ice ball's been picking up speed for millions, if not billions of years, they say, that leaves it vulnerable to the gravitational tugs of an untold number of Milky Way stars, just like NASA uses the gravitational influence of our solar system's planets to slingshot spacecraft into deeper orbits. I think that's what they did with the James Webb, as a matter of fact. 31 Atlas could easily have been knocked off its original trajectory by the gravity of massive stars intervening in its path. Now, new research published to the preprint server ARXIV makes the best effort to try and pin down its origins, looking at which nearby stars, if any, may have actually influenced its orbit. But the key takeaway, no threat to the planet Earth.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
like the men and women who power America. The people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You know, as I was scrolling through Facebook 24 hours ago, I saw people one after another, sharing. It appears Dolly Parton is very, very ill. Something like on her deathbed. Her sister had posted, "Please pray for Dolly." So people were kind of panicking. She had indeed canceled some performances. I think they were opening up a new attraction there at Dollywood a week or so ago, and she didn't make it for that event. But releasing a video this past day, dolled up in a red fringed shirt, black slacks, and her high heels, sitting on a stool, to put your fears to rest, stating, "I ain't dead yet. Do I look sick to you?" She did say she has some health problems. They're being dealt with. But I guess all the panic last week when her younger sister, Frida Parton, concerned fans asking them to pray for her sister amid her health challenges. All right. Yeah, she began her video message, filmed on set for the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, by saying, "There's a lot of rumors out there. Well, today's October the 8th, and obviously I'm here. Do I look sick to you? I want to put your mind at ease. Those that seem to be real concerned, which I appreciate. Yes, I appreciate your prayers because I'm a person of faith. I can always use the prayers for anything and everything. But I want you to know I'm okay. I have some problems, as I have mentioned, back when my husband was very sick. Yeah, that was for a long time. Then he passed. I didn't take care of myself. So I let a lot of things go that I should have been taking care of. Nothing major. But I had to cancel some things so I could be closer to home. Simple as that. All right, so thanks for the prayers, according to Dolly. But I ain't dead yet. All right, and we'll close things out here this Thursday. We'll be back at the midnight hour, rolling into a casual Friday. Hope you can join us for our next edition, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but